Alright, very warm welcome to you all. We are back with more PvP BVR in the Viper tonight. First off, let's start with the Tacview from yesterday, where we ended up having quite a few of us on working together as a couple of elements there. So we're going to start off here with this engagement where Kingsley and I are trundling along, and we see this Hornet who looks like he might be low on fuel and RTB. He's at 20,000, mark 0.64, and just beelining it back to base almost. And we decide to pick a fight with him here. 20 miles on the gimbal limit. You can see me got him on the gimbal limit there locked, and then just turn in and get fast here and decide to fox on this guy. Right about here at 5 miles in the face. He turns into me once he sees me, and he just eats it, so nothing to talk about there really. Let's see what happens with Kingsley then. He gets into a fight up here with this guy Fusion, and I turn in to help him out. He gets his initial fox off from 13,000 at mark 1.3. He's looking at a 28,000 banner at mark 1 who was already foxed on him. Those two early foxes coming in from Fusion at 26 miles. Let me just center this up here. Alright, so two early foxes. Kingsley mark 1.4 and gimbal shots it, which is nice. His first shot was ultra long though. Kingsley gets a 37-mile shot off on this guy, and gets launched on by the two Hawks here, and doesn't care about the Hawks so much. Gets the 37-mile shot, nearly hits the guy, and he defends. Kingsley gets the gimbal shot off, and then defends against three slammers. Does a good job there, and early recommit by Kingsley, which is nice. And here we come, along with another, looks like another Viper, a random, and three slammers on the guy, one from Kingsley and two from me, and Kingsley kills him, so it wasn't necessary for me to fire those two there. But let's look at the slammer that kills the guy here, Kingsley. It's another gimbal shot from a really good distance. He's 7 miles, just under 7 miles when that comes off. Pretty fast again, just above the mark. Hola Kingsley, how's it going, dude? I should mention as well that Kingsley won't be able to fly on GS tonight because he's waiting for his friendly fire points to decrease after an unfortunate incident that wasn't his own. Puts him on the limit of being permanently banned from GS, so we have to wait that out. But I will be flying on GS tonight, and we'll see who joins us. But Omar turns down to the south, and we back him up here, but he ends up getting killed, unfortunately. And then it's the two of us against this fella Dirt Merchant, the terror of the skies, Rog. Okay, so two early Fox 3s from us on Dirt Merchant here. Let's see these distances involved. 26 miles. And Dirt Merchant ultra high, he's up at 50,000 feet, nearly doing mark 2.1 when he kills Omar. Yeah, look at this, 50,000 foot shot. Let's take a look at this shot on the guy he kills, who is Omar Orient down here at, well, I say down here, that's a relative term. Omar is at 40,000 feet, mark 1.3, puts the first slammer out there at 30 miles on Dirt Merchant. Dirt Merchant fires back, doing mark 2.1 from 22 miles, and I'm not sure, to be fair, what happens to this slammer of Omar's. It just looks like it stops tracking, and it's not that he wasn't supporting it, I'm not really sure, but this mark 2.1 slam from 50,000 feet is definitely tracking him. And he just doesn't go defensive. He just walks straight into it. A 50,000 mark 2.1 slammer to the face has got to hurt. Now, the next one just goes straight over my head. That's not guiding on anyone. Meanwhile, he has these two 26-mile shots. Actually, they're a bit longer than that. Let's just see. They're more like 30-mile shots from us. We're down at 25,000 and 18,000 respectively, but we are fast. Kingsley's Mark 1.1. I'm about the same. And he puts a second Fox 3 out on me here. Don't forget... sorry, the first one killed Dirt Merchant. The second one doesn't guide. And what does he do here? Let's see. Still at 45,000 feet. Kingsley's Slammer misses. Kingsley goes cold. Dirt Merchant out cold at 40,000 feet, Mark 1.9. And I'm pressed at this stage. Second Slammer from me there at 9 miles, Mark 1.4 from 16,000 feet. Does nothing. Dirt Merchant is not interested in fighting. And now he's turned back into 3 other friendly jets to the south. Bloody here foxes on this guy from 9 miles. Dirt Merchant down at 9,000 feet now, looking in the face of a Viper at 16,000 feet, Mark 1.3, that shoots a 9-mile slammer at him. He's defending against this old slammer here, and he's not getting away from that. So he finally goes down, the 50,000 foot tyrant of the skies. And Kingsley and I, what are we up to here? I think we just end up RTBing. Alright, next kill. So some pretty savage friendly fire rules are implemented on the GS server we just discovered. Stargoose, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. Let's talk about those for a minute. So Kingsley sent me a message about this. I think, let me just find the, while I'm pulling this kill up here, let me just read these out to you so you understand the gravity of what we're dealing with here if you end up killing a friendly. Alright, so I think you get 25 points per offense, and when you get to 3 offenses, you get a temporary ban. On your 4th offense, it's a permanent ban. Now, after 8 hours, 25% of points decay. At 24 hours, 75% decay. At 100, and you get 100% of your points decay after 1 week. So if you're at 3 offenses, basically for well, not for an entire week, because you'll get 50% of your points back within, you'll get 75% of your points back within 24 hours. So you just need to be careful for 24 hours, and then you're still carrying 25 points, and you can do basically another 2 offenses before you get a temporary ban. And the temporary ban, I'm not sure how long that is for, but it's pretty damn strict. Maligator, how's it going? Yeah, and that's starting to make us think about, especially in these ACM situations, once we're getting down to, like, you know, ACM modes, because we've been slinging at times. There's been times where we've been mad dogging it in AMRAM override, just based on seeing the guy and shooting. And I've had a couple of close calls with that, and it made me really go back today and just review the ACM modes on the Viper to see if there's maybe a better way of doing business that might not result in a friendly kill. Because, you know, the last thing any of us wants is to get a permanent ban from GS. So I'm gonna cover off on some of the ACM modes again tonight when we get flying here, and we'll see what's up with that. All right, now let's take a look at this next engagement. This is, we had Tab up with us, Kingsley and I down here in the south, looking at this F-14 Saucer, and this engagement actually starts from a fair way out. Let's take a look here. This is a 25-mile shot from me. I'm at 11,000 feet, looking at a 40,000 foot Tomcat doing Mark 1.2. We knew it was a Tomcat. We had him on we had him on RWR as a 14, so we knew what we were dealing with. So typically in these situations, I think you're relying on two things. You go, okay, there's a 14 out there, expecting Phoenixes here, and Phoenixes are really easy to spot, because if you zoom in, even just to the first level of VR zoom, you'll see the smoke plume from the Phoenix, and right at that point there, you can already be setting yourself up on the gimbal limit and get ready to notch his radar, most importantly, and then when you need to, you can notch the Phoenix. But with the Tomcats, when we're in Vipers, what we're trying to do is close the distance with him, low level, and get him dragged down from his perch and get him defending, and keep closing the distance with him, get him sub 15 miles, and once he's sub 15 miles facing off against a low fast Viper, he's actually at a significant disadvantage with regards to his systems, because his AWG9 is not good at dealing with low targets. If the target's above him, and it's a human Rio, I was doing some reading on this. Apparently, there's very little, if nothing, the bandit can do. When I say bandits, I mean us in the Vipers can do. If we're above him, there's nothing we can do to notch him. He'll have us, and we're basically screwed. So we have to get beneath him and close the distance to these sorts of distances here, sub 15 miles. And once we get into this territory, we're driving the fight here. The Viper's driving the fight. His radar is just not good in this situation. So, right. You see me, 27 miles. This shot here is purely designed to get him down from his perch. I want to get him defending. I want to degrade his SA. And while he's defending, we're closing the distance in on him. So, boom. Let's see if it achieves its objective. He launches his Phoenix at Kingsley from 25 miles there. And then he starts defending. Let's see if he starts defending straight away. He's popping chaff. He's down from 40,000 feet at least, so the first one's doing its job. But was that due to the slammer coming in? I think it was, because he launches at 38 and then he starts defending almost immediately. So this slammer is doing its job here. And then the second slammer comes out from me at 13 miles, and it's a pure shot from 11,000 feet at Mark 1. And this is starting to get, dangerous, but I'm not like banking on this being a kill shot. This is just applying more pressure to this guy. And the real kill shot from me comes here. This gimbal shot at 11,000 feet from 9.6 miles. You could even close this down a little bit to say, 8 miles. At 8 miles and, above the mark from 10,000 feet on a guy who's still closing you like this, that becomes a very lethal shot then. But at 9.6, this is still a pretty dangerous shot here. And let's see what happens with this one. He's still defending that second slammer. Nearly hits him. The third slammer does hit him. But because Tomcat, damage model, the guy's still flying. But he has Kingsley, who's been defending Phoenixes, coming at him now. And Kingsley's not messing around. 21,000 feet, Mark 1.45. Mark 1.5, a 6-mile shot on a cold Tomcat, and that just hits him. There's no getting away from that one. So bit of tag team with Kingsley and I on Saucer there, and the fact that Tomcat can eat a slammer and keep flying, in my opinion, is a bit ridiculous, but it is what it is. But we got him. Next up, we're looking at, where are we here? Reaping 4. Now, we saw this guy last night. Saw this guy last night here, and let's kick off this engagement with the setup. What happens? Okay, pick him up on sensors there. I'm at 8,000, 9,000 feet against this Hornet. I'm doing Mark 1. He's slightly above me, 12.9 there, just under the mark. And on this one, I've got no one with me. Tab's a fair way to the south. He's like, how far is Tab? 38 miles to my south. So he's not going to be in a position to help me out with Raipan here. Now, I've got Raipan on the gimbal. You can see this angle relative to my nose. The green line would be pure. My nose is out to the left. I've got this guy on the gimbal limit here. I'm setting him up for a gimbal shot. Let's see if it comes off the rail and tracks him. He fires on me at 18 miles. And there's the gimbal shot. So you see I don't even turn pure. There's no dot shot here. There's no trying to put the dot in the middle of the AMRAM circle. Just fired him from the gimbal, and he's not pure to me at this point. He's already defending, so he knows it's coming. This guy seems like he's been around the carousel once or twice before, and I defend his first shot, put a second one, he line of sights it, so we're still fighting here, and now we are in the mountains trying to find one another. And from memory, this ends up being a Mad Dog AMRAM in the face from me at 7.6 miles. So I went to AMRAM override, had the circle, and just fire this and let it track him, and it hits him there. So he doesn't get away from that. On what was it? 6,000 feet on the mark at 7.6 miles, and he's inside the no escape zone there. And I think I felt pretty confident with terrain masking. Maybe that's why I was pure on him at this point. Just get him in the circle and shoot him. But if he'd had one in the air, I think I would have been able to line of sight it from memory. All right, let's go to the next engagement. Axel 1-2 not gauge. Now these two guys here were operating as a Hornet 2 ship, and we saw them a couple of times in GS. And by this stage we'd had Jasta show up, so we had 64 Tab, myself, Jasta. I don't know if Kingsley was still flying, but you can see here we're operating on the northern front at the foothills here as a 3 ship, and we had a couple of other Vipers, random Vipers with us. Yeah, you may be ignored. Alright, so you can see these Axel guys, Axel 1-1, Axel 1-2, not Slammer, not Gauge. I'm not sure what the humor is there. Maybe someone can fill me in. Anyway, they fire this Jettison guy here, and he's getting boxed in. Oh, we got Sweeper with us here as well, so we're actually a 4 ship at this point. And we're coming in. We got Sweep and Tab to the west, really high. They're up above 40,000 feet. Jasta on my right's at 33. I'm down at 20,000, and I think I loft this. Let me just see. That's a little trick I learned from one of the guys. No, I don't loft this. But what you can do is pitch up to about 15 or 20 degrees, and we'll see later on. I've got slammers that are going to 50,000 plus feet when you shoot them like that. Just, you know, improving their range a bit. So, but I didn't loft this one. Alright, so that from me on Axel 1-2 is a 15-mile shot. Hey Tab, I'll be flying again tonight, so if you guys want to, if you want to join in, we'll be wrapping this Tacview Debrief up within probably the next 30 minutes, and then we'll be heading straight into Growling Sidewinder for about 5 or 6 hours. All right, so 15 miles, closure of 1,000 knots there plus, and I'm doing Mark 1.18. Let's see this shot here. I've got no slammers on me. That second slammer there that comes close is on the J-Jet guy as he defends. And the first slammer hits him. That 15-mile shot collects him. And I think it's just because he goes defensive too late. Let's actually take a look at his defensive maneuver here to see what happens with this. So my slammer's already in the air. Oh, no, that's not my slammer. Hang on. My slammer's here. So he starts defending this when the slammer's only about 4 miles away. So that's definitely Pitbull on him. You're in range, eh? Hey, Hammer. Yep, I'll come join you right now. And he eats it. He just goes defensive too late. He's fast though. He's Mark 1.2. but not much you can do about that. All right, let's get Hammer on voice here so we can do the debrief together for some of these fights. He's an experienced Viper pilot. Let me just drag him into streaming channel. Hey, have you got me?
I've got you.
All right, good stuff. Chat, can you hear drop the hammer? Let me share the Tacview with you real quick so you can see it in real time. There's no delay for you then. You should be able to see it. Okay, perfect. Alright, so that was the engagement there with Axel 1-2. Let's see what happens with Axel 1-1. So Tab here and Sweeper coming in from the west, high and fast. Well, Tab is at 28,000 feet. Foxes on Axel 1-1 from 10 miles pure. So this is a dot shot, and this is nice from Tab. I've seen him do this a few times. If he's got the altitude advantage on a guy, which he does here, not slammer down at 6,000 feet, he just puts him in the middle of the circle and uses his energy and his energy advantage, or I say that kinetic amp potential, to put out a pretty lethal shot. Got Sweeper backing him up there, just behind him. Sweeper is in a 2-mile trail, basically. Alright, so let's watch the shot from Slam. If you got any comments on any of these, by the way, Hammer, just pipe up. Maligator, thanks for the follow, dude. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, that's an on-profile shot. Missile shows up at Mach 2, we're in close. I mean, you're not dodging that.
Yep, and he's out of there. In the meantime, I'm out cold. Sweeper was pressing Axel 1-1 there, and Axel 1-1 wasn't going to get out of that situation. Jasta down here is defending against a couple of slammers from an F-15C. Now, this guy started off at about 15,000 pure on Jasta, but Jasta's up at 33,000 feet. He's not that fast, though. He's 0.68. That's kind of surprising. I thought he would have been a bit faster than this, maybe above the mark, but let's see what happens with this. So, Gringo 8-1 fires on Jasta there from about 18 miles. 2 Foxes. Jasta stayed pure, and then foxing on the guy at about 14 miles there. Man, let's
get defensive.
Holy
These missiles
cow.
have enough speed, even though they're climbing uphill.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that he defended so late here. Let's just see this for a second. See how close this gets.
Yeah, I mean, typically if the other missile's pitbull on you and your missile isn't yet pitbull on them, I usually get into a more aggressive defense. He gets really lucky here.
Yeah,
I mean, that's too close for comfort.
Yeah, 217 feet. I mean, that's would you say procs fuse distance? If these slammers, they don't have frag damage from procs, do they?
Nah, it's a big problem in DCS. You don't have the procs damage. Sometimes it looks like it, but it's really just server desync.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, less than 2,000 feet, to me, that's too close, right? You're not judging your own destiny at that distance. You're playing it up to luck.
Yeah, and I mean, being, you know, a little bit critical of the engagement, I didn't like that he started this back at, you know, sub 0.7 mark at those kinds of altitudes. I mean, if I was going to be up here, I'd try and be a bit faster than that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on profile for any sort of Fox 3, you want to be supersonic, over 36,000, and either dot on or nose up if you're lofting. As many of those as you can get checked off, the better, right? And that's going to guarantee your missile shows up with enough energy to maneuver.
Right. Now,
his issue here is just that his missile wasn't really pitbull yet, and he was pitbull on him, just did not aggressively defend. But he survived, so sometimes you get lucky.
Yep. So Gringo pumps out cold and then comes in for a recommit. Simultaneously, we've got 3-3 Turner, another Hornet coming in nice and high here, 40,000 feet, just under the mark. We'll deal with, let's finish the Gringo engagement first with Jasta and see how that ends. And then we'll talk about the 3-3 Turner engagement here. With bearing in mind, he's facing off against 3 Vipers there in the west with an early shot. But Jasta now, again, nearly pure with this guy. the Eagle now at 10,000 feet, Mark .8. Jasta with the situational advantage, awareness advantage, I should say, and energy advantage, 26,000. So he's kind of put himself in a good position, you know, regained his energy, kept the altitude advantage on this guy, and Fox is off the gimbal, which I like to see. You know, I'm a big fan of these gimbal shots ever since Jumper gave me the hot tip. 8 mile gimbal shot on the low Eagle here.
Yeah, Pitbull Mach 2. It's got enough energy. Just barely and not enough.
Yeah, he defends. And then we're talking about a 7.5 mile follow-up shot from 25,000 feet. So there's over 10,000 feet altitude delta between these guys. And as soon as he starts to defend against the first one, he turns straight into the second one. I don't know if he's going to get away from that, which he doesn't. So Jasta recoups himself very well on that, but I think you were right on that one. Drop the hammer. He's a bit lucky right at the start there. So now take a look at this 3-3 turner engagement. This guy gets an early fox on him from me to drag him down off his perch. And we spoke about this while we were actually in channel. Let me just switch up the song here. We spoke about this while we were in channel on server last night, and while I was while I was RTB, I asked the question to chat. I said, you know, what are your thoughts on these early long-range Fox 3s to, you know, when we're working together, right? Let's just pause here for a second. We're coming to the fight potentially with 24 slammers. So what is one slammer to drag a guy down from 40,000 feet, degrade his SA, degrade his energy situation, and, you know, get him down to where we can then reel him in, basically, and also not have to worry about these high fast slammers. And the answer categorically came back from chat. That's a good idea. You should do that.
Yeah, missiles are cheaper than airplanes, and I mean, look at the difference in positioning here. 15,000 at Mach 1 versus 38,000 at Mach 1. Okay, sure, the Hornet's a little bit of a slower aircraft long term, but still, you're going to knock him off of his pedestal there, even if it doesn't kill him. So that's a worthy expenditure.
Nice, yep. 32 mile shot there from me at 17,000 feet. Yeah, big altitude delta, this guy, just under the mark at 40,000 feet. And he foxes, it looks like he foxes on me first here. And one thing I want to say about this, I think these long range shots can definitely be improved by adopting a bit of a pitch up lofting style profile, right? Just to get that slammer getting right up high there. And I don't know if I did loft this. I don't think I did. Let's just see from cockpit. It's pretty close actually. Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah, I'm at 15. It's not too bad. Would you change this a little bit differently if you were going to loft a slammer?
Not really. I mean, the chances are you're not going to kill him with it, right? It's as you said, it's a missile to get him on his back foot, knock him off his pedestal. You don't really need to change that employment. The key thing is that when he had a missile on you, you had one tracking to him. So, you know, at this point now that yours is so far ahead, they basically cross midway, and they're both going to go pitbull about the same time. Now, of course, his doesn't track. He loses his Twiz solution or whatever solution he had on you when you cut left. And so that missile on the lower right went stupid. Yep. But still, the thing is you got him thinking about you.
Yep. Now, in hindsight, it's great to see Tacview on this because if I had this situation again, I would probably save this second slammer. I wouldn't spend this. What I should have seen is that Sweeper is a fair bit closer than me, 8 miles, and, you know, reasonably fast here, Mach 1.4. You're not going to sort of immediately be able to identify, you know, Sweeper's speed just off the HSD, right? And not even probably off the FCR, but just looking at Sweep at 8.2 miles, I should, like, now piecing this together from Tacview, you know, and also probably Sweeper just calling the Fox 2, Fox 3, I should say. Just save mine. There's no point, you know. Sweeper's in a much better position to kill this guy, right?
Yeah, and I mean, this is the shot that everybody wants. I mean, how juicy does this look if you're Sweeper? You're on speed. You see this guy in the cons. He's within the NEZ. He's bracketed against the sky, so the guy can't even notch you. Come on. Like, if I'm Sweeper right here, I'm thinking it's lunchtime.
Yeah, right. So this... this guy is defending, and he's split S'ing out, and Sweeper puts that 9-mile shot on him from Mark 1.6. Yeah, this is a great shot. This has a lot of potential. This is the first one here. This one right here. That's the first one. What does it get up to? 42,000 feet before it starts coming down at Mark 1.5, and that guy's defending that shot, which is awesome. So that puts this guy in a really good position for Sweep here. The guy's fully defensive. He's not pressing Sweeper at all. Sweeper completely in the driving seat with this follow-up engagement. Yeah, I should have totally saved on my slammer, and Sweeper kills him. Simple as that. So,
yeah, and also heads up to Sweeper on this follow-up here, right? When you know that someone is defensive, giving you the flank, you press. You know, if this was head-to-head and you're Sweeper, you need to be defensive because the other guy is at 8 nautical miles too, and you're within his NEZ, but he recognizes, yeah, this guy is not threatening me right now. I've got his soft underbelly, and I'm going to keep pressing if my first missile misses. I really like that.
Right, and that's a great point as well. Jumper brought up the same thing, even for situations where you are doing gimbal shots on guys. You know, you're setting up for these 8-mile engagements. You're putting a gimbal shot on the guy without pulling pure on him, and then just going into a notch to defend whatever's coming back at you. Maybe like line of sighting this, and we'll get onto this in a second. But you mentioned that you definitely have a priority list in terms of how you defend against missiles, with kinetic defense being the first. Your top priority, and notching being your last priority, and terrain masking or line of sighting missiles somewhere in between. We'll get to that in a second, but you know, the thing that Jumper brought up was that you want to keep the pressure on. You don't want to turn cold for any longer than you have to. It's a simple pump, reset, and get back in, or you know, line of sight this thing and then turn straight back in and get another gimbal follow-up shot. Maximum pressure apply to these guys, because as soon as you used the term retrograde yesterday quite a few times, and I had to ask you in chat what it meant, and you basically said to me you use retrograde as a longer pump, where pump means recommit as soon as possible. Retrograde means go cold and reset to maybe 15-20 miles. And you said about something about the Tomcat. You use that term a lot in the Tomcat to get a good reset going, because as we know, once a Tomcat gets sub 15 miles, it's AWG 9 isn't the best rate. It certainly has a disadvantage against things like the Viper and the Hornet, who might be below him notching and fast, right? So did you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You know, the thing about pump, and it's kind of in the name, right? A pump builds pressure, and you got to keep it up. And so when you're pumping, you're saying, all right, I'm coming off this bandit to be defensive, but my intention is to immediately recommit the second I know this missile is defeated, right? Try and get in that 8-mile no escape zone. Try and keep that pressure high. And that's good, because then your wingman knows exactly what you're doing. When I call retrograde, that's more of it's like an audible option, right? You know that you're going cold. You are going to recommit to the fight, but maybe it's not going to be immediate. You're either opening range, or you're repositioning, or you're doing something to hold a flank. It's an options thing, and then it's followed by another call when you then decide to recommit. So if I say retrograde 162, that means I'm leaving on bearing 162. I still know you're there, wingman buddy, but I'm going to give you another call, like recommit from the south, or recommitting high, to tell you now I'm hot again. And that will come later.
Right. So you use the terms pump. You use the term pump as well, but you use it in the sense of I'm recommitting ASAP. But if you tell me you're retrograde, I can basically expect that you're not going to recommit as soon as possible, and it might be a chance for me to turn in to support you. Is that basically right?
Yeah, because, you know, think about with the Tomcat, your real advantage is your missiles range. So had I been in a Viper last night with you, you probably would have heard me making a lot more pump calls, because, hey, I got to be inside of 12 miles to do my work in a Viper. Yep. But, you know, in a Tomcat, I'm looking for that 15-mile shot, preferably, you know, that the missile's motor is burned out before it's got in close to the guy, so he's not really seeing the final terminal angle that it's coming. And also just to be able to let my radar do its work, right? The AUG 9, it's not super great in close. Yeah, you can use the PAL system, but that's not as good as like the Jehemix lock or things like that. So I just don't want to be quite as close, and it's just a call to say, hey dude, I'm flown out. I'm going to come back soon, but then I'm going to be on profile for my weapon. I'm going to be, you know, able to either shoot at 15 miles into the guy that's in close to you, or what I was looking at a lot last night was extending the distance so I could shoot over your shoulder, not necessarily at the bandit directly in front of you, but at the guy that's behind him coming to try and kill us.
Right.
So that's another you could use for retrograde.
Yeah, we see that a lot. You know, you might be dealing with the guy at 7,000, there's a 21,000 or even a 30,000 coming in, you know, 15, 20 miles behind, and you get turned around, and if your wingman's pressuring the first guy, then you do all of a sudden have that extra brain space and capability to fend off the second guy while your wingman deals with the first guy, right, the lead bandit. So, yeah, that's awesome. Now, you talked about, and I brought it up there, priorities while defending missiles, and I feel like when I first came to BVR, one of the things that I didn't like was the emphasis placed on, in competitions like you know, the main ones, the emphasis placed on notching seemed to like override BVR defense for me, and I really didn't like that. It just seemed gamey to me, and not something that reflects real life in any way, right? So when I heard you say, well, your main priority in defense for you is kinetic, so staying fast, and then line of sighting, that's the type of defensive flying that I enjoy, and then notching if I absolutely have to, because it seems like the way that the notching mechanics work in DCS is you need to be below, you need to be perpendicular, so have the radar from the bandit or the missile on the 3-9 line, have your wings on plane with the incoming missile or radar, if you can believe that. That was something I only learned the other day. And then possibly also be slower. So you're seeing guys trying to notch Phoenixes and they're dropping their airspeed to like 0.5, 0.6 mark to try and get into this ideal notch. And the concept of getting down to like 0.6 mark in saturated airspace when you not only have your bandit, but you're doing that to defend a missile, and then you've possibly got, you know, other guys around that you don't know about. That's the thing, right? Because guys can notch the AWACS. They can get masked behind a hill, and the AWACS doesn't see them, and all of a sudden they disappear off data link. And in my opinion, getting down to 0.6 mark when you're low level to try and defend a missile in this type of environment that we encounter on Growling Sidewinder is just, it doesn't make sense. Because if you're slow, you're dead, right?
Yeah, I mean, speed is life, right? And there's a difference between tournament flying, open server flying, mission night flying. So for example, in my squadron, we fly a lot of PvP and PvE missions that have dedicated objectives and you need to not die, right? But with each of these, there's a different level of risk you're willing to take. And also it comes down to skills too. I mean, I'm sure you've seen this in BFM. Maybe you're having a bad day and you decide, hey man, my neck kind of hurts today, so I'm not going to be doing all this 2-circle stuff in a Viper, right? I'd rather go 1 circle. You know, hear Mover talk about that. So similar to that, the capabilities that you have on that day or your own skills also play into how you choose to defend and what order you decide to take. So if you're someone like Old Savior, who is just an absolute notch master, I can understand why he takes that gamble very often. He is very good at it, and yes, if it does work, it ends up in a situation kind of like we saw with Jaster earlier, where now you're under the guy's missile, your nose is hot, and you can threaten him. But that's like at the very elite level of skill. You know, in my squad, when I'm training people how to do BVR, what I'm trying to get to is not the sniper rifle special operations perfect level. I want to get them from 0 to like AK-47 effective. You know, how do I make this easy? And so the order I choose is a kinetic kill is always the best option to try and start with, because if the missile can't actually reach you, you don't even need to drop a countermeasure. I mean, it's completely defeated and it might still be 4 miles away, and you don't have to trade that much to get it. The next down is probably a terrain, but that's only if you're already low. Right, you're not going to dive from like 33K down to the mountains to try and do that. It's usually easier to do a kinetic if you have that much altitude. And then countermeasures is the next one, mainly because they don't always work. right? You know, there's when you start to get to countermeasures and notching as number 3 and 4, there are things that are just DCS-isms that happen. One thing I always remember in DCS is that the client that shot the missile is the angle and aspect of that missile that you need to avoid. But the problem is you can't see what they're seeing because of lag.
Mm-hmm.
So it might look to you, and it might be true on your client, and it might be true on the server Tacview that you've notched the missile. But if it's not true to the client's system at that moment, you didn't notch it.
Right.
So it doesn't always work. Also, in recent patches, DCS with countermeasures is kind of hit or miss. You'll see all the time that, you know, some person who's definitely not notching, who's painted against the sky, and chaff shouldn't be helping him at all. He drops 5 chaff and the missile goes dumb.
Right.
It happens, right?
Well, we see
that's
that.
That's why kinetic is just reliable, right? If the missile can't reach you, you don't got to rely on system goofs or anything else to win.
Yeah, and we see it all the time in BFM with people warping out and stuff. You know, you're back in the control zone, and all of a sudden the guy starts going UFO mode, and you can easily understand how even 200 milliseconds, based on what you said there about, you know, what the missile's performance and your performance in the notch is based on, you know, the client shooting it. You can understand how 200 milliseconds there potentially makes a huge difference, right? Or makes all the difference. So. Awesome stuff. Let's take a look now at this engagement tab here on
just really
the.
Quick before you move on, you did mention the speed item, and I just wanted to, because somebody was going to ask about it later. Part of the reason they're reducing the speed is to get inside of the notch filter, and if radar's notch filter, let's say a Tomcat's about 150 knots either way. For some of the newer aircraft, it's like 70 or 80 knots. For a missile, it might be 30 or 40, but obviously it's easier to slip into that black hole if your total speed is lower, because then an extra degree here or there matters much less, right? Mm-hmm. So that's part of the reason they do it. Again, I don't agree with it, because unless your intention is to transfer from from BVR to WVR, I'm not getting down to corner speed. Yeah. Right. If my job is to keep pumping or keep repositioning and using Fox 3s, I'm using that speed to get out and kinetic defeat the missile. If you got enough time to drop 200 knots, you got enough time to change your direction and get speed up.
Right. So let's talk about no escape zones then, in the types of altitudes we're getting down to. And you know, a lot of this stuff is degrading down to, you know, defense, you know, sub 10,000 feet. You know, when we're doing these gimbal shots at guys on 8 miles, we're, you know, down at 5 or 6,000 feet here. In the Viper, at those kinds of distances, my gut feeling is that you need to be about 600 or 700 knots if you just want to turn tail and run it out kinetic that missile. What would you say there?
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, luckily in like the Viper and Hornet, you don't have too many airframe restrictions. As long as you can pull hard, keep the burner in, and change the direction, you know, you probably have enough speed. But yeah, I mean, speed is life down there. You know, keeping it up and being pumping, you're automatically going to be limited to about 1.2 or 1.4 at the most, because you're still turning, right? You're still trying to get back hot and deploy your weapon.
And in the last couple of days, there's been a couple of frustrating times where, you know, I've fallen into the trap of trying to play with the notch and improve my notching skills, and I'm at 700 knots, and I feel like I'm in the notch, but I'm not, and all of a sudden I collect the missile and die. Whereas if I just turned cold at, you know, after I shot it, because at 8 miles it's basically active off the radar, right? There's no need to support that missile. So if you've got 700 knots in the Viper, you may as well just pump and try and line of sight it and out kinetic it, as you say. And your survivability would be much, much higher than if you're trying to just get into this very narrow window of trying to notch it, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Alrighty, so we now have Tab looking at Axel 1-1 and 1-2, who have come back for a second go. And Tab up at 30,000 feet here, just pure on these guys. This is what you're talking about before, the perfect dodge shot here. On 2 low guys. They've only just taken off. They're at 2,400 feet, Mark 0.87. Tabs, no fucks given, Mark 1.53 from 31,000 feet. And I spoke to... Yeah, I spoke to him about this, and he said to me, I said, was this a Twiz or was this a SAM mode? And for guys that don't know what we're talking about there, track while scanned, where you can simultaneously engage multiple targets, or was it a sub mode of range while search, which is SAM, which is situational awareness mode. And then what that is that's a single bug. It's a soft lock on a guy, and effectively when that missile comes off the rail, it behaves as if it was fired in Twiz, so that the target doesn't get a launch warning straight away. There's no STT type behavior there. It comes off your aeroplane and it's silent until it goes pitbull, so far as the bandit's RWR is concerned. Now, he said that he exclusively uses SAM mode, and that's basically all I use at the moment as well. I don't see a need to Twiz and degrade or increase the possibility that you're going to break lock, or potentially lose the lock and then not be supporting that missile. What are your thoughts on that?
So I haven't done a lot of missile shot cataloging for SAM versus Twiz, but I will say that either of the two, at least in DCS at the moment, tend to outperform STT. Most of the missile cataloging I do is around the 14, because in my squad that's what I fly the most. So we probably shot over the last 9 months some 1,400 missiles that we look at. We put them on a little grading scale, and then we kind of record the performance to say, is Twiz, STT, or PAL, or whatever the best way to do it for certain profiles. But I think that's something I need to probably start recording data on. But obviously, if SAM acts like Twiz, I'd say that's probably the way to go, especially if these guys aren't being aware or maneuvering to be aggressive. Say you're thinking you're catching them with their pants down. Yeah, right. Send it without warning.
Well, especially in the way that we are tending to fly, on Growling Sidewinder, where we're coming to these fights with 3 or 4 guys. Like, I don't think it doesn't make sense for one jet to be loosing off, 3 separate slammers at potentially 2 or 3 separate targets. Better to keep the radar energy supporting your shot to the maximum extent possible, in my opinion, and save the slammers to preserve your time on station, than loose off 3 slammers that possibly aren't going to do anything because they were either fired too far away or fired in Twiz, and therefore just don't get supported or break lock or whatever before they go active. Because don't forget, we're not carrying 10 slammers like some of these Hornets are carrying. We're only carrying 6, and the times where one guy has to let off a Long Fox 3 to bring a guy down off his perch, now you're down to 5, that these things go quickly. 6 slammers goes quickly. So I can't see myself twizzing away 3 slammers and basically reducing my time on station or my lethality by 50% there just for one engagement when I've got 3 guys flying with me,
Yeah, you're totally right. And when you talk about the 4th gen modern fighters, I think that's the right technique, whether you're talking about the 16, the Jeff, SU-27, MiG-29, all those sort of things. The Tomcat's a little bit different. It has a really high success rate at 35 to 50 miles, Twiz auto, 2 shots, and a couple other, beyond profile, things like that. But that's because it's a different type of fighter, right? It's a air dominance fighter. And if the F-15, Charlie, and or like the F-22 was in the game, you would see a lot more of these double taps with Twiz. But that's a different type of platform. Whereas the 16, it's an direct plane-to-plane, one-on-one constrictor, right? It's there to just bleed the energy and life out of one guy and tackle him to the ground, and it does a great job at that.
Yeah, and there was something I wanted to talk about with the Tomcat there, but the thought slips me now. So it'll probably come back to me. We'll take a look at this this dot shot in SAM. So he's got Axel 1-2 locked up here in SAM, and he fires the first one, Mark 1.6 nearly from 30,000 feet with a dot bang in the middle of the AMRAAM circle here at 12.83 miles. And looking at Axel's energy state and the fact that he's pure on this at 2,500 feet, I don't see him getting away from this one. Do you?
Not unless he does something really drastic. You could with a lot of maneuvering, but you're just going to give up your flank to the other guy.
Yeah. while we watch this Slammer go in here, I wanted to just say something quickly on Twiz as well. I learned a trick the other day where if before you start bugging targets in Twiz, you do a TMS right short, that will system store all of the data link contact, all of the contacts in the cone, right? So then you can start bugging them. And then, so you just go, okay, TMS right short first before you do anything, and then bug your first one, then go to the second one, bug him, and then you cycle all those guys with TMS right short again. Is that your understanding of that as well?
I'm not in the Viper often enough to do that portion, but I think what you're saying is it's taking it from data link, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yep, it's
okay.
Tab might correct
anyway.
me on that, but it may be that you actually need to have your own radar returns on them in order to store them all into Twiz. That point I'm not sure on, but someone just did say to me, if you're going to use Twiz, which I don't, they said before you start TMS forward short on guys, do the TMS right short to store everything in the cone, and then bug them and then cycle. To fly.
Yeah, I was gonna say I still use, like, when I do fly the Viper on GS, I'm using SAM. I'm so rarely in Twiz anyway. Yep. I just haven't had to use the switchology for that, but it's good to know.
Yep, and what we'll do here is we'll watch these two go in. So and then we'll talk about some of the ACM submodes in the Viper because, like I alluded to at the start of the stream, Kingsley tonight cannot fly with us because he's waiting for his 24-hour cooldown period to expire based on an incident that occurred that was no fault of his own, where one of his slammers hit a guy. And I had a similar situation yesterday, and I don't know how this happened. It's on the VOD for everyone to go and see, but there was a data link contact in the hills to the north that was red, and I foxed on him, and after the fox was in the air, the guy turned green on data. Have you ever had that happen in GS?
Yeah, definitely, and it happens on other servers too. The other thing you'll see, especially in the Tomcat, is Jester. You'll lock somebody up or Twiz him, and Jester will go, you locked a friendly, but then he'll mark it on the TID as hostile. And after being killed by enough guys that I didn't shoot at because he said you locked a friendly, and then they got inside of 8 miles and got me, I now know that what he does on the TID is gospel, but what he says verbally is not. So maybe it's a DCS thing, I don't know, but it does happen, and I guess it reflects what might happen in the real world. I mean, we don't have necessarily perfect ECM modeling or deep ECM modeling in this game, and I just write it off to, hey, that could happen in real life.
Yep, yeah, that's true. That's part of the reason they've got other ways of VIDing, right? The Hornet looks down the intakes of the jet to map the profile and tell you whether it's possibly abandoned or not. And there's obviously mode 4 and stuff, but
don't forget your pod. The pod in the 16 is so good at doing that, and if and when we get the sniper pod, I mean, that is one of its primary roles in real life, is to look out 40-50 miles and air-to-air ID somebody.
Actually, that's an awesome point. Are you bringing the pod in GS?
In the Viper, I always bring the pod.
Really?
Because I like seeing the other guy, right? If the missile comes off the rail, even if it's smokeless, you're going to see it in the pod, especially if you've got IR mode turned on.
Oh, dude, I'm not even doing that. That's something I need to start doing then. So how are you managing your sensors then? You've got the FCR on the left, you've got the HSD on the right, and then I assume you also put the pod on the right and just cycle between HSD and pod for VID?
Exactly. So I have the pod shortcutted on the right, and what I do is I kind of glance back and forth. If I know that I'm not in the shooting parameter for the enemy, I might not be using the pod at that moment, so I'm going to build my global SA. But once I have my global SA, I can switch that pod on and think about my target, right? Because its chances are in global SAs, nothing's going to change inside of like 15 seconds, right? Unless you're really close. And if you're really close, I mean, you're probably doing it with your eyeballs anyway. So that's kind of my workflow. And then after I employ the weapon and I start doing my crank or my pump or my retrograde, I switch the right away from the pod again and start building my notch SA and my recommit SA.
Okay, so how does the pod integrate with the FCR then in air-to-air? If you lock something on the FCR, will the pod automatically look at it?
Yeah, it'll look at it for you, and then you can, you know, I usually don't switch the focus to the other screen. I just click on the buttons to get it to the zoom I want. But typically, like, just the narrow zoom is enough, and I'll toggle it to the infrared normally.
Right, I'll definitely start working with that tonight. And on the point as well, you brought up, well, I asked you, you know, do you have a custom CMDS lure? You said you don't. I am using one at the moment, but it's time to edit it, I think, now that my focus is on PvP BVR. And I think the program that's favored with most of the hardcore BVR guys is between 8 and 10 chaff on one press. But there are guys out there who are putting out 1 chaff per press, and that's on program 1. But I think I'm going to change mine to 8 chaff for 1 press, and then that'll give you, you know, well, you know, put that into 120 and work out how many you get. But you know, it's going to give you about 1 extra press instead of going for 10 at the end of the day. So. Yeah, I'm going to...
There's some good info on Reddit of people who have done, you know, repeated studies of different aircraft types versus SAMs and the 120 and things like that about how many chaffs, you know, that they think. I'm sure it changes patch to patch and whatever else, but your number seems in line with what I was reading there several months ago.
Yep.
But yeah, we just need data cards, right? Just give us some data cards.
Yeah. All right. So Tab just eliminates Axel 1-1, and they're sent back, and you can see them already respawning. So these guys are getting shut down on Northern Front, and you know, we're holding the terrain pretty well. This is what I enjoy doing in Growling Sidewinder is working with you guys. You know, trying to get the comms clean. That's something I'm going to be trying to work on over the next few months. It's just getting the comms nice and concise. And I've actually hit up my buddy Guido for some BVR comms tips. We're going to have a phone call at some point, or a Discord call, I should say, and he's going to get me tidied up a bit, because the main question I've got in my mind at the moment is how much of this stuff can go unsaid when there's data link. When you've got FDL, fighter data link, you know, you don't really need to give bra calls on bandits, do you? You can just say, you know, sort the 21 guy on the left to, I'm taking the six on the right at the front or whatever. You know, you might not be exactly those words, but that's the point you're trying to convey, and you don't necessarily need to say, you know, 270 for 30 at 21 hot. That's if it's intra-flight comms with FDL, there's no requirement for that, is there? Is my gut feeling.
Yeah, and you can. There was a popular mechanics article, maybe a year ago, where they were talking about the new data link and sensor fusion capability with the F-35, and the AWACS controller they were talking to is like, it's just so quiet at Red Flag. You know, there's 200 aircraft up there, and nobody's saying anything. Because everything is sensor fused across all these platforms, and everybody knows where everybody else is, so words are really just superfluous. We don't have quite that awesome of sensors in this, but yeah, having brevity, especially if you fly with the same guys a lot, or you have standard procedures, the amount you need to talk becomes less and less, because you know what the other guy's going to do, or you know how an F-16 flies a certain fight on profile versus an F-14 on profile. And then the person who's in the aircraft, you only need to talk if you're going to go off profile.
Right. And that's probably something worth doing, you know, if these guys are the guys who are coming on here with us in GS and flying most of the time, it's probably just worth getting us all in a room and developing a basic SOP to make it so that we're getting the most bang for buck out of our slammers, you know, and maybe just develop a baseline for sorting. So if there's 2 bandits coming in, you see me sort on one, it's automatically that you sort on the other guy, for example, you know, depending on what we're doing. If we're like line abreast at a couple of miles or whatever, then yeah, but if we're setting up a chainsaw and you're 10 miles behind me, then maybe the plan is we both just sort the front guy. I'm going to engage him, I'm going to turn out cold, and you press on him, or you put a long one on the back. I mean, there's so many permutations of how this stuff can play out, obviously, right, depending on what you're bringing to the fight and who's with you. But at the end of the day, I think just having a baseline for certain types of engagements that tend to crop up on GS frequently could only be a good thing, and at least get us all on the same page, and you know, get that cohesion flowing a bit better. But anyway, talking about being concise, I'm not being concise at all. Here we go with Sweeper facing off against Fogdog here. Tomcat up at only 200, he's 190 there. and he's engaging this this friendly JJ30521 off to the left of screen, and he's not looking at the 4 Vipers that are looking at him at all. I mean, from a Tomcat perspective here, what are your thoughts on how this guy's managing this fight already? He's got, let's check the ranges here, but he's got me at 16 miles, he's got Sweeper at 16 miles, he's got Tab at 16 miles, and then Jaster at 21 miles, and he's looking at a guy...
How far is he from JJ? 33? I mean, he's, at least range-wise, he's at the very limits of what the Mark C can do. If I'm in his position, first of all, at that, you know, I like carrying Mark 60s personally. I know, yeah, you can see the smoke, but the advantage, of course, is the speed. It can reach out and touch somebody. So with a Mark 60, you could have shot this 15 miles before. Also, if he's on profile, which would be 36,000 supersonic, when he shoots this, he can easily extend away from Sweeper and Jester. He could just turn north and gimbal right. It would go Pitbull about the time Sweeper, Jaster get within 12 miles, and then he could go downhill towards the mountains or the Sams and maybe get away. But at this point, he's still hot. Missiles barely left. Missiles probably not going to get there, and he's not, you know, got enough potential energy to get away. So yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, and he gets Sweeper Fox on him at about 15 miles here. Sweep's doing just under Mark 1.2. Tab is still pressed. I'm dragging, and Jast is also hot. So, as you say, he probably should have gotten that 54C off the rail at about what 45, 50 miles. And that's about if you're the guy downrange going through. If it was a Mark 60.
If it was a Mark 60, you could do that. But you know, by taking Charlie's, at least for me personally in the 14, by taking Charlie's, you take away some of the advantages the platform has, and you turn it into a Gen 3.5 fighter that's going to have short-range fights with 4th gens that have better sensors. So that's part of the reason I don't carry this weapon.
Yeah, because once the Tomcat's relying on its Sparrows, it's definitely not as good as the AIM 120Cs that we have in GS, right? I mean, the Sparrow on the Tomcat, you'd say is good for what, 5 miles max, really?
I don't know if it's really good for anything. I never carry it if I don't need to. Only as a distraction weapon. 9Ms are more fun for me.
Yeah. All right, so Sweeper Fox is on this guy and kills him. Simple as that. Guy just eats it, and unfortunately, that ends up being a kill from the grave on JJ, who puts off a slammer right at the end there. Right into the pack of friendlies, unfortunately. Now, let's go and take a look at how this all ends up. Tab is now caught up on the eastern side of the formation against Tor, the Art of Warfare Luminary, I guess we would say. And how does this fight kick off here? Fogdog dies.
This is actually pretty good here. Tab's recognizing the threat, even though it's 20 miles away. He realizes this dude is gonna come and sneak up our flank if I don't do something. And he's as on profile as he could be, given the situation, and is in this gimbal crank and has an exchange. I don't know if I'd do anything different there.
Yeah, it just puts him on the gimbal, and I think maybe he's going to gimbal shot this guy. You see Luminary Foxes at about 17 miles. He's pretty slow though, 27,000 feet, 0.77 for Tab's 240 at 1.16. So I'd rather be in Tab's shoes with the energy state at the moment. And Tab just tries to go into the notch, I think, here against that 18-mile Fox 3. And defends it. He has another one put on him.
Kinetics it in the end. Realizes the notch didn't quite do the job, and he does a good job switching to kinetic there.
Yeah, and now he's down at 10,000 feet. Luminary up at 230, just sitting there just under the mark. And Fox is again on Tab here at 12 miles. Tab resetting, and he's got a couple of buddies coming to help him. He's got a MiG-21 and an Su-27. Meanwhile, we're just all kind of hanging out here, saying, yeah, have fun. And he gets a gimbal shot off on this guy. Let's zoom in here and see this shot here from 9 miles. He doesn't have any problems with this 120 is trying to lead him here. I think what happens there with this one, it goes stupid. What would be your best
I think it might
estimation?
be on the other side of the mountain from him. And the nice thing I like here is that when Tab is assessed that he's defeated the missile, he aggressively recommits, right? It's not like, oh, the missile went away and now I can think about, no. He pulled on that thing hard and got on profile, so really aggressive. And now it's an even shot.
Yep, 9 miles, gimbal shot, he doesn't even turn in, and that thing comes off the rail. And this guy foxes too again. I think he puts one on the 27 and one on tab. Possibly Twiz here. That would be my estimation, to fire two that close together. That looks like Twiz to me. And Tab's 9 mile shot gets the guy defensive, and then this is what we were talking about before, where, you know, this really aggressive press by Tab here. He understands the situation that he just needs to defend this shot, and then he's straight back in to put pressure back on. But look at what he's got coming out. He's got a 15, a 14, and 18. You know, that patch of airspace is starting to get pretty busy near Tab. These guys are only 14 miles away from him, and he's still trying to take a look at Luminary here. So let's see. Oh, he foxes on the 15. It kills him. Look at the big brain play by Tab.
I was going to say Metal Gear Solid alert sound right there. He sends a missile right up it.
Awesome, dude. Another gimbal shot. While he's pressing Luminary, he gets the 15 on the gimbal, and gimbal shots that. Kills him. Then gimbal shots the 14. Just misses, and he's out cold. I think maybe he's out slammed at that point.
On that second one.
Oh my god, dude.
He should have had that kill there. That's just a DCSism, I think, with that second missile.
Yeah. The 27 eats a slammer from Tall Luminary, and now Tab's running and drags back in a sweeper, who I think is looking at Ramjet. Fox is on Ramjet at 13 miles, and Ramjet eats that. Sweeper then on Hank Low. Oh, this is going to be dangerous. Look at sweep. 22,000 feet, Mark 1.5. Holy cow, dude. G'day, Sam. How's it going? Hey, Odin. How are you guys? Tempest, g'day. Look at this. There's no getting away from sweeper in this situation. That 14 is in a world of hurt. Tab dragging. And Kingsley with the Fox 2s, sorry, Fox 3s from miles away on this Tomcat. I didn't even think Kingsley was still here, but he was. And he Fox 3s at 31 miles. Tab out colds, and sweep coming in from the side. I don't think they're bad shots by Kingsley. I don't really think they're likely to kill anyone, but you know, the problem is Sweep puts himself right down the bearing of those Fox 3s, doesn't he? At a point where they're going to be active. So maybe in hindsight, would it be better for Kingsley to hold these two shots?
Yeah, I think so. I tend to draw, and I guess I think about it more because I'm in a Tomcat most of the time, and I'm shooting further away than this, and so it has an even bigger impact. But you want to look at a cone of basically pit bull range around your target and say, is anybody going to be in that in a minute? If they are, probably best to hold your shot. Yeah. But it's tough, right? And maybe Kingsley can't even see him because Sweeper was on the other side of the mountains. I don't know if he was low enough, but could have been he was off data link. That's tough to say. Yeah.
So the Tomcat's defending against these. I think Sweeper might be out of Fox 3s. No. What's he got? He puts an AIM-9X on him right there from 2 miles. AIM-9X hits him once, and the guy is going in. And Sweeper is lucky. Those 120Cs get line of sighted into the dirt. So good job there. All right. And I think at that point we're all RTB. So that was pretty interesting. That was quite a few kills out there. And as we say, you know, any sortie that you can come back from in GS is a win, right? And we got Kingsley, Sweep, Tab, LB, and Jasta all coming back. And that was pretty fun out there. Kingsley is now defending, by the way. We should just take a look at this real quick. Axel 1-1 and 1-2 coming back. He's also got some really long range Fox 3s from Turner. He slung one at Turner and he kills him. Holy moly.
There. I mean, this is altitude, right? So when he sends it, he's pretty close to the, I guess the troposphere is the top part of the atmosphere. And once you cross 36,000, you're in really thin air. So that's why his missile can reach out there. The target is up in thin air. The target's staying hot. You know, the missile gets up in thin air and it just cruises on over.
Let's have a look at this from his HUD. I want to see if he lofts this. Kingsley pulls in.
Looks like a dot shot.
Yeah, it's a dot shot, and then you see the slammer loft. Would there be any benefit here to pitching to maybe 15 to loft it a little bit harder, or do you think this is fine? I mean, obviously it kills him, so it's fine.
At this range, you're basically expecting the enemy not to defend, right? And so between 5 and 15, not a big deal. If he was at, say, 25 miles, I would probably actually loft it in that case, because now you need it to have that little extra bit of energy when it gets in close, right? For that one hard maneuver that it needs to do. But yeah, here, I mean, it was enough because the guy didn't think he was a threat. And we saw this earlier with JJ that died to that AIM 54C. I mean, something for all you guys to remember. If your aircraft is anywhere within the maximum range of anybody else, just assume that they've shot at you. There's nothing that's going to be a problem of you maneuvering up high. You know, if a Tomcat is within 50 miles of you hot, assume that he's shot at you. Because if you don't maneuver, that Mark 60 is going to come get you.
Yeah.
And you can see here, 120 reaches out 35 miles.
35 miles, awesome. And that probably wouldn't have happened in the days of old, right? But the slammers have been buffed a little bit at high altitude in the last few. I'm not sure when that kicked in, but it's got to be about 6 months ago, right?
Yeah, and I mean nowadays, a guy who doesn't defend, like let's say you shot at a civilian airliner flying straight at you with a slammer, you can do it at 50 miles right now if it's up high. It's just the missile's going to show up like almost subsonic, but if you don't dodge, you're going to run into it.
Yeah.
So just, you know, guys, keep up your cranks, right? You don't need to like whip the aircraft around as you close in, but hey, turn the nose 20 degrees left and 20 degrees right and just put some distance.
Yep. Now, Kingsley's in chat here. Kingsley, talk us through, well, he's not on voice with us, but he is in chat in the stream, and he sorts on the left guy at 11 miles, and he's got this guy here at 7.5 miles, who's about to fox on him. Was this just a bad sort by you, Kingsley, or because clearly the close guy can see you because he's just foxed on you? What was you thinking with sorting on the far guy in this situation? Let's take a look at what happens. You fox on him at 11 miles. Meanwhile, you've got an 8-mile slammer on you. That's a gimbal shot by you, and then you are out straight away. I guess you thought you could line of sight whatever was coming from the close guy. And first pick up on radar, and I knew they were close. Got you. Okay. Alright, so he line of sight's yours, and you line of sight what comes back at you, and then you're out cold, I think. Oh no, you're not out cold. You're hang on. You're recommit. So a quick pump by you, and this guy puts one on you at 9 miles. And you shoot, but it doesn't guide. You line of sight it, and he kills the MiG-21. And then you're out of there. You're saying goodbye. Okay. Interesting. MiG tries to kill you. Let's have a look at this. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, the MiG foxes an R60 at him. Holy shit. How close do you come to dying? Look at this little firecracker here.
Boy, the Kingsley, the dry cleaners will be waiting at the end of the runway when you get home.
Did you see the Fox 2 from the MiG-21? Oh my god.
Oh man.
Alright, nice.
Bad day at the office.
Alrighty, let's jump back to the kill feed here and see what else we've got in here. There's so this is a really good tac view. I don't mind spending the time when there's some interesting stuff to talk about, some good points to pull out of this stuff. Now we also needed to talk about the sub modes for the FCR, right? Because as I said, the reason Kingsley can't fly with us tonight is because he's waiting for his points to come back. Now let's take a quick look at this engagement while we're setting this up. So as far as I'm aware, there's two ways to get into the ACM sub modes in the Viper, and the first way is using the dogfight override switch or MRM override. So boat switch aft or boat switch forward will throw you into those two overrides, And if you go aft, you default to a 9x, and if you go forward, you default to a bore sight slammer. And I've used the AMRAM override a few times because I default to 6 slammers in GS at the moment. I'm not carrying a 9x into any of these engagements. I had a situation just the other day where I was doing the carousel thing with an eagle, and then we ended up head-to-head at 2 miles, and I just had to bore sight an AMRAM override at him, and it shot him in the face at 2 miles, and that was it, But the problem is, if you get it wrong and you fuck it up and you kill a friendly, because you're just mad dogging these things at that point, you get the penalty. And then if you get the penalty too many times, you potentially face a permanent ban on GS. At worst, and at best, you just have to end your night of gaming session on GS because you simply don't want to risk killing another friendly, right? If you're up around 75% penalty points, which is where Kingsley's at right now, which is why he's not going to be flying with us tonight. So that led me to think, well, how do we get more out of the ACM modes in the GS environment so that we're trying to minimize TK? Because the problem is there's this fine balancing act between time. You don't want to be going, fumbling with your ACM modes simply because you don't want to kill a friendly, and you end up getting killed because you're in the wrong sub mode. So let's cap off real quick here on what we've got. Hammer, if you want to kick in at any point, just stop me and jump in. But I'm going to run through some stuff here real quick. So we've got the big ones. HMD bore. I'm gonna go with the ones that we would typically use the most. HMD bore. So you would get into this mode the same way you would do in the BFM ACM clinic. So you would go dogfight override aft, which is to the 9x mode or the gun mode as well. And what you're gonna see in the HUD is you're gonna see the gun funnel come up, right? And then that'll default you to a 9x if you've got a 9x on board. If you don't have a 9x, it's going to put the weapons page on the right MFD, and from there you can change it to AMRAM, right? But the one thing I'm not sure on at the moment is if you're only carrying AMRAMs, will it just show an AMRAM there anyway? And then the ACM modes that you cycle through with TMS switch, will it just default to an AMRAM if you don't have a 9x? Is that it works without going to the stores page? Okay, cool. So you'll have access to the AMRAM then if you're only carrying AMRAMs by going dog switch fight aft. And then the quickest way to do this is boat switch aft, and then you cycle to the ACM mode you want using the TMS switch. So TMS forward, if you've actually got the HMD up, is going to put you in HMD bore mode, and that's the one you see us using all the time during BFM. You get the ellipse in the HMD, and basically wherever you look, you're going to lock that guy up. Now that may work in a situation where you've generally got an idea of where this bandit's going to pop up when you're, say, going around a hill at low level with him, and you've got the legacy of the fight up to that point, and you're fairly confident of where he's going to appear when he comes around the hill. Then being in HMD bore is a good idea, because you're going to be looking at the right patch of airspace to lock him up, right? But there are situations where you're not necessarily going to know where he's going to pop up, or he does something unpredictable and he takes the right valley when you thought he was going to take the left valley, and all of a sudden in that situation you may be better off relying on a more automatic ACM mode to lock him up. So something like the 30x20 HUD mode or a vertical scan, which you're going to get into with vertical scan with TMS aft short. And then you're going to get into that HUD mode that I'm talking about, which scans the HUD box just slightly outside of the HUD box with TMS right short. So don't forget, you get into the ACM mode the quickest if you're in a no shit, okay, I'm merged with a guy and I need to kill him. Dogfight switch aft to get into your dogfight mode. If you're carrying slammers, it doesn't matter. As Chad have just confirmed, you're going to have the slammers on tap ready to go. And then you need to decide which mode is going to work for you based on who you're fighting and what the fight's developing like in that moment. So, okay, am I going to HMD bore mode with TMS forward short? Am I going with vertical scan, TMS aft short? Or am I going with a HUD scan mode with TMS right short? And just pick the right one. Pick the one that works for you. I'm not going to say you should always use HMD bore because it might not be right for that given situation. Now, Hammer, with regards to IFF in that situation, that's going to depend on who's entering that airspace with you, right? If you're fairly confident that you're the only guy there and there's an eagle that you've just merged with, you're in the Viper, then there's no problem in mad dogging it, and you're not going to have time to mode for the guy anyway. And probably the best you can do is have the HSD up on the right and just hope that you get some kind of a data link return from AWACS on a red square, right? Or just VID him, simple as that. But
yes, you use all your SA tools, right? You know, you can hope that the data link's there. Your IFF, you know, if you have time to, I think it's the sensor left or whatever that does the wide scan mode thing. The pod.
Yeah, just on that, TMS left short will IFF a target on FCR. And if you've locked him in a dogfight mode, I haven't tried this for certain. Maybe there's someone in chat who has. Subhunter, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the stream. If you TMS left short on a guy and you locked him in an ACM mode, one thing I haven't seen firsthand is whether the IFF, the mode 4 IFF with a TMS left short will actually change his color for you on the HSD. But this brings me to a very good point. The HSD will disappear when you enter an ACM mode. Remember, you'll have the FCR on the left, so you go dogfight switch aft, right? You'll get the FCR up on the left, MFD. The right MFD, your HSD will drop off unless you've done something very specific at the start of the flight, and that is actually set up the HSD in a dogfight mode. So while you're taxiing out, this is probably something that's worth doing, and there's a couple of extra things for me to think about here tonight. One, bring a T-pod, and two, set up the dogfight mode or the AMRAM override mode for the HSD to still be there on the right MFD. So how do you do that?
It's absolutely there. And so when you're in dogfight mode as you're climbing out, you just select one of those blank shortcut buttons that's either side of your little MFD selector, and make sure you bring up in dogfight mode as you're casually climbing the altitude, and set that HSD up there so you can toggle to it. And yeah, we're kind of back to, we need data cards, right? Because if you guys have ever flown Falcon BMS, you can set up these preferences based on what mode you're in and what weapon you have on as to what it shows. So for example, you could set up, if I'm in dogfight mode and I have a 120 selected, I want the T-pod. But if I'm in dogfight mode and I have a 9X selected, I want the HSD, because I'm probably close enough I can see them with my eyeballs, right? So hopefully we get that feature, right? It's a part of the base plane in real life, and it would be really helpful for this. But hey, we got to put it in our checklist instead.
That's a fantastic point. Yeah. So like for AMRAM override, bring the T-pod, set the T-pod up as a cyclable option on the right MFD, and then flip that boat switch to aft to dogfight mode, and then set the HSD up as the option that you want to go to. And maybe you may even want to throw the T-pod on that page as well. Do you have the option to do that on the AMRAM page? Can you have both the TGP and the HSD as two options there at the bottom?
Yeah, you usually have one on the left side and one on the right, and so then when you're doing, I think it's your display management right that cycles through them. Yeah, it'll go through all the ones you have shortcutted.
Cool. All right. Well, let's take a look now. So that was ACM submodes that we covered off on. Don't forget, the other way you can get into an ACM mode is actually through the MFD itself. So the quickest way is obviously with boat switch and then TMS to select the right direction for the right ACM mode for you. If you don't want to do that, you can go to your FCR where it's at the top. It says CRM at OSB6, and you can hit that, and then that'll give you the ACM option, and then you can go through and toggle those ACM options. There's one more thing that's worth talking about really quick, and that is what slave and bore means. You're going to see on the, this is for guys who are flying the Viper and use the 9X a lot. You can actually bore sight the 9X to the HMD, and you'll get a little diamond in the HMD no matter where you look. But how you get that diamond depends on whether the FCR is showing you the weapons page at OSB. I think it's like 4, the fourth one up on the left, OSB 4. If that's saying slave, then in order to bore sight the 9X to the HMD, you need to hold the FOV override button. I think it's nose wheel steering, isn't it? And then that'll put the diamond in the HUD as long as you hold that override. But if you change that option to bore, then that will put the 9x diamond in the HMD permanently. And so no matter where you look, you're going to have that 9x tracking where you look, and then you'll be able to lock up the guy and get the 9x shot off. And that might be super handy if you're the type of guy in GS who's carrying a 9x into the hills. And also, if you're doing that, you know, because you get some guys who want to just go hunt with 9x's, switch your FCR off even. Just rely on the data from the AWACS. If your AWACS is still up, load up with 6 9x's and bore sight your 9x seeker head to your HMD and go hunting. You know, good luck to you. That can be a lot of fun.
Your whole statement of into the hills is also a good point as well. You know, think about your loadouts based on where you want to go. I think a lot of times people take off in Growling Sidewinder, you know, they load their missiles on, they take off and they just, you know, bogey dope, okay, I'm flying over here. Well, now you don't have a choice of what you're carrying versus where you're going. You know, try and just think ahead and say, hey, am I going to the hills? All right, maybe I want to take 1 or 2 9x. But if you're going to go fight in the valley, you know, I do just like Loblo was saying. I take 6 AMRAMs. Why? Because my supporting range to my buddies is longer by 6 miles when I'm carrying 120s versus a 9x. So do I want to be 1/6 less effective because I'm carrying a reserve 9x, or do I want to be able to help my buddy 6 times? I usually choose the second one if I'm going to the valley.
Yeah, that's a super good point that you bring up, Hammer, and you, guys on stream will hear us say this. You know, we're either going out to reject the merge, or we're going out expecting to maybe get into a merge, and I would say like 80 to 90% of the flying we're doing on GS as you know, in elements here, you know, be it 2 elements, you know, with 5 guys, or even if we're down to 2 guys or 3 guys in a single element, most of the time we're trying to reject merges, which means 3 bags and 6 slammers, no 9x's, because we don't really want to get into the merge in GS. And guys who are new to DCS might say, well, why do you want to avoid getting into a dogfight in Growling Sidewinder? And the reason for that is because merges is where dead men hang out, right? In a busy server like this, and you guys have seen me get into a merge, I'm in a guns fight, 1v1 with a Hornet when I'm in a Viper, and I'm winning the BFM, and all of a sudden I get a Fox 2 up my tailpipe from the Hornet who came in and was like, you know, his buddy's like, hey, I'm dogfighting LB over here, you know, come save me, and then all of a sudden I fucking eat it. So you don't want to be in a merge in an ACM or a BFM situation in open servers like this, if at all possible, and certainly if you get caught in one, you don't want to be in one for any longer than you have to be. Would you agree with that, Drop?
All I can say to that is +1. That's spot on.
Yeah. So so most of the time we're rejecting the merge. Now let's take a look at this this situation here. Stalker 1-1 Mo in a Hornet at 10,000 feet, mark just below the mark. He's at 0.91. And he's facing off against me. I'm at 7,000 feet, mark 1.37. So I'm, you know, doing Viper things here. I've got him on the gimbal. If we take a look at this, you can see my nose is pointing out to the right here. And I've got him out on the left by about, whatever that is, 45 degrees. And I don't pull in for a dot shot here. I just fire this at these types of ranges, sub 8 miles. This is the technique Jumper's been hammering home into me. You could just Fox on the gimbal at this guy and turn out cold straight away, because that slammer is going pitbull almost immediately, if not immediately. And the thing, the beauty about this this technique, and I'd urge you to try it if you're not already doing this, is that on the Bandit's FCR, on his radar, he doesn't see an aspect change from you. So he's watching you, and he may not necessarily feel pressured because he doesn't see you pointing at him. You're still flanking, right? And we'll talk about some terminology in a sec here as well, because
that's why as a Hornet pilot, you got to watch that tadpole, right? As you look at the circle that's around the enemy with the range counting down, don't just look at the range counting down. There's an arrow there that tells you the aspect that updates really fast, especially if you're STT in the guy, but even Twiz, it updates kind of fast. But if you're just staring at your FCR MFD, you're not going to see this aspect change, as Loblo mentioned.
Right. And this catches, I'm finding this is catching a lot of the newer guys to BVR getting caught out by this technique. They're not anticipating at 8 miles that you fired a slammer at them. Now they're going to get the warning, and the problem is, even though they get the warning effectively immediately because the slammer goes pitbull off the rail, so they will get the missile launch warning on their RWR almost straight away. The problem with it is if they don't anticipate that it's about to come and they're pure like Mo is here, at these types of distances, his defensive maneuver might not actually save him, right?
Exactly. You're inside the no escape zone. Like, your only choice is the moment that you're hitting that 8-mile bracket. If I don't have a shot on somebody, if I don't know where he is, if I'm not about to kill him, I'm doing the hardest evasive possible, missile warning or not. And that's the only way you're going to try and dodge something like that.
There you go. Hey, Spread Aviation, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So you see this guy, he doesn't even fox back and he starts to defend. And let's take a look at the amount of time that elapses between when this comes off the rail and when he starts popping flare and chaff. So it comes off the rail at 04:11 and he starts defending, let's say 5 seconds later, 4 or 5 seconds later. And
the missile's already crossed almost 2 miles in that time.
Yeah, and it's he's pure too. You know, let's look at this. He doesn't get off the beam with his nose, or off the bearing of that missile with his nose, until that missile's like crossed half the distance to him, and it's doing nearly Mach 3. You know, so this is the point we're trying to make is, Drop the Hammer brought this up before with regards to looking at a bandit on FCR and looking at the RWR and working out what you're fighting against and what the ranges are, and thinking in terms of timeline, not thinking in terms of saving your jet based on whether you've got a missile launch warning, because quite often by the time you get the missile launch warning, if the guy knows what he's doing when he fired it, it's too late, right? Unless you can line of sight it. But if you're pure on a guy trying to get a nice dot shot off, Spread Aviation, thank you for the host and the raid, Star Goose. Can we shout him out, please? Welcome to the stream, Raiders. The thing there is that you have to fly based on expectation of what a guy would do in if he knows what he's doing, right? As opposed to just reacting to RWRs. So. Alright, so that guy dies. And let's take a look at the next engagement. I know we're spending more time on Tacview tonight than we normally would, but there's a lot of stuff to talk about here. A lot of stuff to talk about. Alright, now that's Tab did some good work here. Let's go and have a look at Tab's kills. Just gonna run through. We took a look at those. Let's go and take a look at this kill here. Okay, so Tab is here looking at an F-15C called Shoot. He's got him on the nose, or slightly on the gimbal, let's say, for about 9 miles. Tab's at 29,000 feet at Mach 1.34, looking at a low bandit who's quite a lot slower than him. Slammer coming in from the east there. I'm not sure who that's on, but Tab Fox 3's on this guy, uber fast at 9 miles, and Shoot just can't get away from it, you know, with that speed that Tab's carrying. And thank you very much, dude. Appreciate that. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Now, what are your thoughts with regards to the amount of fuel we're carrying, Hammer, and speed management and profiles? You know, are you going out on these sorties at the start, high and fast, Mach 1.5, trying to get some really high energy slammers out and get some kills like this? Or are you sort of cruising in and waiting to drag guys in to get fast at the last moment? How are you playing most of these?
I try and start with options, so I'm usually starting high and fast, and I convert down lower. There's a lot of guys way better than me at playing the low ingress game, especially these really amazing J11 pilots and stuff like that. They're using their sensors to the max and staying in the deck. But yeah, normally I'm high and quick, and if I'm flying a Viper, my goal is to go out there and bag the first guy. because if I bag one dude and get home, that's me getting home with a kill. If I happen to get a second guy, that's just a bonus, and that's usually all the further, I think, in the Viper, personally.
Right. Well, then that brings me to the next question, which is fuel management. You know, we're going to take a look at this next kill from Tab here in a second. But typically we're taking 3 bags out. We use the first bag to get to altitude, and that comes off at 12.1 fuel. And then we're carrying the second 2 bags. But the thing is, if you want to get ultra high, ultra fast in the Viper, you need to ditch those bags early, right, with fuel in them. You can't be trying to get to Mark 1.5 carrying 2 wing externals.
Yeah, there's basically, I can't remember the name of it. It's like Rio something. I'll look it up and post it in your channel. But it's a type of climb where you basically, you're in reheat at your efficient climb speed. So like in the Tomcat, that's 0.9 Mach. And then once you get to about 24 to 26,000, you go negative G and unload the AOA. You get supersonic going downhill back to about 22. And once you've punched through that resistance, just past the sound barrier and you're at 1.1, then you nose up again. And even with a 16 with bags, you can do that kind of humped climb and end up at 30,000 at like 1.4 with your bags on. But it's getting through that sound barrier a little bit, and then you're kind of slipping and you're good to go.
Okay, let's talk about that departure profile out of VAS, because that's something we've been kind of just free-flowing it. You know, we take off, we hit 600 knots off the runway, we pitch to 55 degrees nose up, and then at about 350 k's, I'm rolling inverted over the top, and I'm ending up at about 28,000 feet, but I'm slow. I'm back at, like, you know, in some cases 210 k's, and then, you know, from there, would you say just, you know, get the nose like 30 down and punch the first bag off, get that nose down, and then climb again back up to 30 to get that speed with the 2 bags on? Can you give us the numbers again?
Yeah, it's kind of it's like a light nose bunt, right? You're just unloading to 0 AOA, and you're kind of 0Ging over the top, and just keep that 0G light forward movement until you punch through the barrier. And so, and F-16's got a lot of power at between like 20 and 26K. So if you do it there and get supersonic, once you're supersonic and you get all that air ramming in the front, you'll be supersonic at like 24, and you'll still get up to 30 and hold that speed.
Okay, and then so 1.4, you got the wing bags on, no need to punch those. Good tip. All right, so
it should be somewhere north of 1.2.
All right, that's good to know. All right, and are you doing so off the runway, are you hitting 600 and then pitching to like 50, 55 nose up and then going 0G as you're climbing out on that, or what's your profile?
I tend, because I fly Tomcat the most, I end up flying kind of close to those numbers, and it doesn't do that bad in the 16. So I climb in reheat with the 3 bags on at somewhere between 0.8 and 0.9. And then after I punch the center bag, shortly thereafter, if I'm up above 22 or 24, then I'll unload the AOA and go for the parabolic kind of curve to punch the sound barrier.
Yeah.
So all in all, you need like a 40-mile run up to your target, roughly.
Yeah.
And then you'll arrive on profile at, you know, about 25 miles, 34, 36,000, and somewhere supersonic.
Yeah. Now, you know, it might sound pedantic what we're discussing here to some guys in stream, but on sorties where, you know, some of us are landing and flaming out on the runway, or, you know, landing with like 17 pounds of fuel because, you know, you had to defend 2 bandits chasing you down longer than you wanted. You know, these decisions at the start of the sortie with regards to how you get to altitude and when you punch your bags, and trying to do this in the most efficient way possible can make all the difference between getting home and not getting home. So you know, it's definitely something I'm going to be practicing a little bit more, maybe even just in an empty server with that loadout, just practicing getting to altitude and getting to the numbers that I want to with the minimum fuel usage possible, basically. All right. So let's take a look here, Tab, facing off Pure now, Mark 1.1, 10,000 feet against MCPV FVK. I haven't seen this guy before. It's a, what's he up against? A Hornet at 7,000 feet, just under the mark, and a dot shot from Tab there. and Jasta defends, Jasta eats it, and FVK eats it as well. So a good dot shot there at 8 miles from Tab. And what are your thoughts on Tab being pure at this point when he takes this?
8 miles, yeah, let's see. A little bit lower speed. I mean, it's dangerous, but not unsavable. I mean, if he goes split S right away, or if he notches, he could survive this. He is interestingly being vertically supported by Jaster, so I don't know necessarily what Tab did right after this, but if it was me and I'm looking at the HSD, I'm probably just going to pull a hard split S and go cold, let my high guy support into this.
Yeah. Captain Goatbang, a great name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, he gets out of it though. Unfortunately, it's
did that missile go upstairs to Jaster? Oh yeah.
Yeah, Jaster's up high there at 32,000 feet. This guy's on the deck, and straight up into him. Tab's down low. Unfortunate on that. And then I mean, just have a look at this run by Tab though. This started back here, right? With here we are, Tab, low blow, Jasta, the three of us, and Tab sorts on shoot, kills the 15, then sorts on FVK, kills FVK, then sorts on damn it, and has a couple of Phoenixes coming in from Sumo down there. So let's watch this. He's also got.
I think those are going F for Joseph Donald up there on the top, the C Phoenixes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were going way long.
Yeah. Now Tab has Bull try to run him down, Slammer and 9X, and
nasty.
Tab just turns around with a gimbal shot on this guy. Awesome. What range was the? Look at this 9X. I don't think this was never really going to do anything. I guess he was hoping that Tab would turn back in on this 9X and possibly cop it in the face, not expecting it to be there. And bear in mind that has happened. I got killed by a 9X the other day from 10 miles. You know, and the thing is, in the Viper, we don't have MWS. I don't think it's going to get implemented either. So we're never going to be able to detect a Fox 2 unless you see it coming. And the 9X is smokeless, right? So you're not going to see it coming. So if in the right situation, a 9X like this fired early could possibly be dangerous, but it's not because it was fired too far away here. And then Tab just gimbal shots this guy.
9X will never catch him.
Yeah, right. And then Tab gimbal shots this guy at 6 miles, and he just eats it in the face. Yeah.
The other thing I like about this, if we go back just before Tab turned around, keep back where.
Hang on a second. He gimbal shots this guy as well. Jesus. This is just dirty, dude. All right, go ahead.
Come on, Tab. Be nice to these guys. They're just learning. But okay, so the big highlight here is that, again, when he recommits, the recommit is max performance. He gets the radar on the target and gets rid of that missile and gets cold immediately, right? I mean, the missile comes off, but he doesn't try and guide it in or follow it. He just says, I need to get cold again as quick as possible. And that's the right thing to do, because he's basically surfing the outside of the no escape zone of this Hornet that's chasing him.
Right. Yeah, and you know, these guys, it's interesting to see some of the mindset of some of these guys. You know, JG10R here, you know, I'm not sure. He's probably still carrying slammers. Let's just see. Yeah, he only departed, right? So he's probably just loaded out with 9Xs, or he has slammers on board and wants to get cheeky. Yeah, he has slammers on board, because the first thing he fires at Tab is a slammer, and then he tries the 9X, and then right before he dies, he tries another 9X. You know, which is, so he's got that. Some of these guys on GS are going for the sneaky Fox 2s, right? Probably because it's worked for them in the past. But as you say, solid flying by Tab ensures that he doesn't eat it. I think I set my headset battery just died. He doesn't eat it, so he doesn't just keep pressing to the scene of the accident, so to speak. He basically assumes there might be a Fox 2 in the air, and just gets away from it. So nice, and then
and avoids that merge, right? Not once with any of these guys did Tab go for the merge. He surfed outside of their NEZs and ended up with what, ace in a flight, I think.
Yeah. Awesome.
So I wouldn't say I'd go out every day searching for this, but Tab's obviously got the skills and the comfort zone on how to surf the NEZ of the Hornet, and he did a really good job there.
Yeah, and that is not his last kill. His last kill is here against another guy. Let's just catch this right towards the end of the session on Mr. Pop-Tart. So Tab is up. We spoke about this kill. I haven't actually seen this on Tacview, but he did tell me about this. He's up at 44,000 feet at Mark 1.8. I think this is his first engagement of this flight. And this is the one you're talking about, right? Head out and try and get that early kill, high altitude, high energy, and then let the rest of the flight play out from there. So he foxes on an Eagle who's down at 17,000 feet at Mark 0.68 and pure, doing Mark 1.8 and 48,000 feet. And look at the differential, the side profile, altitude delta between these two guys. A Mark 4.5 slammer.
These two missiles pass each other.
Yeah.
I mean, this is exactly the reason why you want to have a lot of kinetic energy in the missile, right? I mean, they both traveled roughly the same distance, but this one going downhill is going to carry that all the way down. It'll probably be Mach 2.8 when it arrives at Pitbull.
Yeah. Yeah. So even though it's going Pitbull at about, what, 8 miles, it's going to cover that 8 miles very quickly.
Yeah, like there's a bit of a gap between when the missile actively goes Pitbull and when it actually starts to guide. So sometimes it won't guide until mile 4 or 5. That's why sometimes it's worth supporting your missile a little while longer to try and help it get to that guide zone, but just depends.
Yeah, here you go. Yeah, it's just under 2.8. It's above Mark 2 when it hits him, so good job. Alright, well, let's get into some flying here. It's 2 AM local for me. We're going to fly probably until about 6, maybe 7 AM local, so probably about 4 or 5 hours of BVR coming up. So I'll put you guys on a cutscene, get set up, and see you real soon. That was a fantastic chat with Drop That Hammer there. He's super knowledgeable on the BVR stuff. He's with 40th SOC, and it's really good to have him joining me for that chat. Definitely got more out of that than if I was just by myself. So big thanks to Hammer for helping me out on that one. Alright, just bear with me here while I get in the growling sidewinder. So the things I'm going to be concentrating on today, just expanding the skill set, and I'm going to bring a Tifa. Alright, you should be able to hear me now, just on the right scene. Yeah, I'm going to bring the T-Pod. Hey Rambo, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. If you want to jump in, I'm going to be on 323, operating Vaz 3 Viper. So T-Pod for VID, getting the dogfight modes on the right MFD set up with HSD and T-Pod as well, so I can cycle through on those. So that's obviously something I haven't been doing as part of my pre-flight, but I definitely want to start doing those things because they're just some extra tools that'll make life a bit easier when it counts. And if I can start building those into my prep on the way out to the AO, I think at some point it's definitely going to pay dividends. So, you know, learning every day here with regards to trying to get better at this stuff. But yeah, carrying a T-Pod on these GS sorties is not something I've been doing. So let's have some fun with that. And yeah, the HSD was interesting as well because when you automatically cycle to a dogfight mode. Oh, we've got enemies right here already. Is this new? I've never heard these alarms before. It's funny. Alright, so full chaff here, HEI. T-Pod looks good.
Request rearming. Copy.
Now what we can do while we're waiting for this is straight away go to the dogfight mode and then select HSD on the middle one there, and then the next one over we can put the TGP if we want. And then if we go boat switch forward to the AMRAM override mode, same deal again, HSD and then T-Pod. And now with DMS right, I can cycle between the SMS, HSD and T-Pod, so you got everything you need there. Blue pushing hard, yeah. Alright. Loadout's good. Let's get on to 323 in case someone jumps on with me here. And list 2 for fueling the HUD. Unclutter the HUD, duty forward, and park and brake off. Let's go. Come out of dogfight override there, and into 30 bar, couple up the HSD here. Oh, it sounds good, Rambo. So, possible wake turbulence from the Tomcat. I'm not seeing any reds on data right now. Let me just check behind us. You can do that by centering up the HSD. Doesn't look like there's anything to the east there Alright, here we go. There's 0.5 mark. Tomcat's turned around. Alright, coming up on 0.9. Here we go. So yeah, 0.9 and then unloading here. This is this parabolic climb. You can see I'm at 0.2 G right now. Spike Patriot. Through 15,000, still doing 0.9. Let me try it. $12.5 on the fuel. Right, I'm airborne. I'm heading 310 at the moment. Now, there's the mark. This is what he was talking about. Let's go into SMS page, get ready to punch the... hang on a second. Ready to punch the center line. Oh, it's coming in air to air. 12.1, mark 1.2 now, center line's gone. And climbing with the wing bags. V1, it depends on loadout, but when we're carrying 3 bags, 6 slammers like this, we're heavy as fuck, so it's not actually getting off the runway until it's above like 200. Right, so there we are through 30,000 at Mark 1. So that is definitely a better profile in my opinion. Okay, let's go ahead fence in here. Program number 2, CMDS and manual. Just gonna head for the main gorilla, Main Street USA, remember?
Roger.
Alright, so we're gonna try something different here. Let's try the high fast profile. Try and get an early kill with a high energy slammer from altitude. Remember the wing bags don't come off until 7.2. Let's get the TGP up on air-to-air mode as well. Let's see this in action here. When we lock a guy up, we'll cycle across to it. Just get used to incorporating that into the VID process in air-to-air mode. As Drop the Hammer was pointing out, it's a handy tool, particularly if you're looking at Tomcats, which I've got a Tomcat spike coming in from 10 o'clock there. Not within 50 miles just yet, but I think that 7,000 guy is possibly a Tomcat over at 240. But we can lock this guy right now and then cycle over to the targeting pod and see what we can see. If we go into narrow, make it soy, and then zoom in. Not seeing him just yet. Target rich environment here. Mark 1.3 right now. Let's go back to the HSD. You can see Rambo sorting on the 15,000 guy. Still good for fuel, 10.2 here. I'm going to stay fast. Stay nice and fast here. Got a 41,000 possibly right here. Flashed up as a 41 real quick. And he's about 60 miles right now, but he's actually at 8,000. I think the FCR got it wrong. $3,000 guy looking at the 6,000 guy. Let's go ahead and turn down the warning on the RWR, the volume on the RWR I should say, and pick a guy to fight. I've got a 42,000 off on my left, a friendly who's helping me out. There's a few guys up here who are fast with me. Oh, it's not Rambo? Okay, not sure who that is then. Got a 44,000 guy in the back here at 61 miles out there, 46,000, 60 miles. I'm going to loft one at him here. I don't see what he is on the RWR yet, but it is probably a Tomcat. $54 miles. Let's get the targeting pod up, see if we can see him. Watching for Phoenixes there. 50 miles right now. Mark 1.42. Fox 3, 48 miles. And let's get down now. Support that. That's active in 50 seconds. So what I'm doing here is I'm anticipating the timeline. I'm anticipating that there is possibly a Phoenix in the air from that guy. He's turned out cold and he's now down at 22,000. I'm Mark 1.6 right now. I got 8,000 in the tanks. I'm still supporting my shot even though it's not going to do anything because he's cold. Could probably safely drop it. I don't think there's any point in supporting that shot anymore. Back to the HSD and 8.3 for fuel right now, so I got the 46 guy down. That is a small win right there. But it did cost me a lot of gas to do it. What am I looking at now? I got a 10,000 coming in and a 1,000. I got a 13,000 pop up on the nose for 30 miles here. 31 miles, 16,000. I'm going to pick a fight with this guy. Get ready to pop bags at 7.2. Start climbing here to get a bit of an advantage. And it's an 18 on RWR. Got a 15 and a 14 backing him up. My wingman's focusing the 12,000 guy. 23 miles now. This is a commit situation right here. So let's get this guy on the gimbal and get fast. Mark 1.15. 20 miles. Getting ready to punch bags at 7.2. Trying to reel this guy in. Got a 10,000 guy on the nose there for about 30 miles. And he's merged with a friendly, unfortunately. I don't know if I want to magnum into that. I'm going to keep supporting him. I've got the 14,000 pressuring me. I'm going to commit on this 14,000 guy who's hot because the other bandit's cold. 18 miles. That's the guy I'm looking at right now. 17 miles. The close guy is now cold. I'm not going to run him down. I'm going to focus on the guy who's pressuring me. This guy coming in for a recommit. I'm going to get myself onto the other side of that. Punching the bags there. 13 miles. Let's reel this guy in here. Mark 1.2 nearly. 10 miles. Let's reel him in. I want a really high PK shot on this guy at 8 miles. 9 miles there. Let's keep reeling him in. Fox 3, 8 miles. That's Pitbull off the rail. Let's get out of here. Kinetically defeat what he just sent at me. Okay, I'm coming back into 30 bar scan. I'm going to immediately get back on the recommit, pressure that guy. I think he may have died. Doesn't look like he did die. Lima Charlie. Got 2 friendlies on that guy. I'm going to take a look at the 4000 out here on the left. I think it's this dude. Got him locked in a mode for him. TMS left short. He is friendly. Okay. So the hostile faded. I am 5.2 for gas and 5 slammers left. Still Spike Patriot. So I think one of my buddies maybe killed the guy I was looking at. But 8 miles at Mark 1.2 is a pretty high PK shot. The guy I shot on?
The guy that's I'm cold from should be somewhere behind.
Damn it. Right, so there's nothing high coming in at the moment. We've got this 6,000.
Their spawns are messed up, so they're spawning into each other, so that's why I got good.
The 42 has a low guy underneath him who's just faded. So there is possibly a guy under that 42. Yeah, under the 42,000 guy. I think there's a bandit who just dropped off data. One's committed on the 10,000, 322 for 18. Just stay under the mark here and just conserve fuel. I'm at 4.8. I want to actually... Alright, I'm about to get another engagement with this guy here. Now it's time to go gate. This guy closing me for 12 miles now, get some extra energy. We're through the mark right now and we're looking at 11.2 miles. There's no one else here playing with me. It's just this guy. Got him all to myself. There's 9 miles. I'm going to fox early on this dude. 8 miles there. And that's off the gimbal. And that is Pitbull. Let's get out.
Altitude. Altitude.
Okay, immediate recommit now. 3.6 for fuel. There he is. There's the close guy there.
Altitude. Altitude.
I'm tempted to mad dog this at him. He's 4 miles. I'm going to go MRM override. Pick him up visually. He's faded. Back in FCR here. This is getting into merge territory right here. If he pops up, I'm immediately in an MRM override. I'm going to mad dog it at his face.
Pull up.
This guy's really fast up here.
Where'd the 5,000 go? Yeah, I see that. 29,000. Need to sort this guy. He's fucking close.
Fox 14 on this high flyer.
Altitude. Altitude.
Fox for 11 miles. That's active. I'm out. That's active.
Yeah, mine's active, I'm out.
Fast flare.
There's the suit.
Altitude.
Ah, fuck. Yeah, I was too deep there. I'm dead. So did I not kill anyone on that run? No kills? Fuck. These are high PK shots. I guess they're line of sighting these missiles. This would be good to go and look at Tacview.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
I'll put the teapot on as well.
Copy. Refueling complete.
Alright, so disappointed I died, but that'll be a good learning experience to go back and see what actually happened. But I think the fact that he was up at 29,000, I got within 11 miles of him, was basically sealed my fate on that, I think. Well, let's put the teapot on as well. Alright, so disappointed I died, but that'll be a good learning.
Rearming complete. Request rearming. Copy.
Alright, so same deal, just pre-prep the FCR modes here. So I want the HSD on that one. I'm probably only going to use the T-Pod on AMRAM override in certain situations. So we'll pop that up in there as well. And then on air-to-air mode, we'll also pop the T-Pod on the blank slot here. Like that. And then back out of air-to-air mode.
Rearming complete.
Alright, so more than anything, the problem there is getting too deep against high fast bandits. And that's just a judgment call, right? It's not even a BVR flying skill call on that, or a flying error. It's more a judgment error. And you just have to have respect for the NEZ. And that's what I failed to do there, and that's why I got killed. Contract.
Lima Charlie.
I'm taxi. With regards to the gimbal shots not hitting these guys, I feel like the profile's right. You know, I have killed guys with those 8.5 mile shots at those types of speeds. But I think these guys I'm flying against today are just, they're expecting it and they're defending it against it really well. Yep, that's bang on. Stargoose, bang on. Coming out of the override there. Who's on the runway? Is this you guys? No.
No, I think me and him are together.
I'm RTD.
Roger.
Stack Vipers. Yeah. The thing is with this, it's really fun even when you die because you get to learn, you know. And then go out and try not to make the same mistakes. And it is good that the slammers on these gimbal shots don't always kill them. You know, some of these guys are doing a good job of anticipating it and defeating these by getting them into terrain. Bit of wake turbulence there, and so that makes it even more rewarding when you do actually kill some of these guys with those shots. And that's where, you know, guys like Jumper have to ramp it up and close to like 6.5 even. Which is... that's beyond me at the moment. Like, I don't want to push into 6.5 to kill these guys with a gimbal shot. I'm happy to just go to 8 right now and rely on the fact that they're not always going to work, but I'm going to remain survivable, you know? Like, there's a percentage chance of it working. Without risking it all for the biscuit. So 0.9 at 20,000. Get ready to punch the center line at 12.3. We'll continue accelerating through the mark in this thick air here. There's the mark. There's 12.1. Center line away. Continue climbing now. In air-to-air mode. Cycle to the HSD and see what we're dealing with. Got this 6,000 guy with a 35,000 trying to run him down. And... need to couple this up here. Okay, he's pretty close. He's about 30 miles. I'm just going to put him on the gimbal. He's faded there. There he is, 4,000. Got him locked. And I'm the high fast guy. I can afford to press here. 28 miles. Into the hills for him. Fades again. Check switches, master arms on. Countermeasures are up. TMS left just to get a quick mode 4 on this guy. Got him for 22 miles. Mark 1.2. Playing some valley games with me. He'd be able to line of sight anything he wants behind that valley he's just about to enter. And he's got my buddy Pure on him for 25,000 here, diving down on him right now. And this guy's out cold. He's got no support from anyone. And he's got the sky collapsing in on his head. He's got 6 guys looking for him right now in that valley. There he is there, 13 miles press. Mark 1.2, he's 12 miles. Running him down right now. And where he's going to run out of valleys. He's cold, but he's not dragging me into anything that I can see. I've got a 14 nails coming in from 10 o'clock. Watching for a recommit. If he recommits into me, I'll be foxing, so he's got one in his face, but he's still running. I'm just going to stay at altitude and run him down here. He's got 2 guys closer than me, a guy at 13,000, a guy at 8,000, and we've got a 12,000 out on the left. This valley here, he's not getting away from me in this valley. I'm Mark 1.4 right now, running this guy down. 9.2 miles. I'm going to Fox on him, just to get him defensive. Fox 3, 8 miles. Okay, we're just inside R max there. You can see the zone starting to grow. Fox again on him here. Fox theory 5.7. He's going to try and line aside it. He's going to go hard right now, I'd expect. Okay, there's the pitch up. I'm going to wait and see if this connects. No, I'm not. .2 miles. Splash. What did he do? Did he crash instead of giving me the kill? Is that what he did? What a fucker. I mean, not on here it doesn't. It doesn't count on the scoreboard. That little fuck used up 3 of my slammers and half of my fuel. Maybe someone else killed him. I don't know. Alright, what do you got? Just a couple of pop-ups here. 12 and a 13,000.
I think I'm coming ahead on you, Lobo.
Yeah, Rich. Are you RTB?
No, I still have 7,000 pounds of fuel.
Okay, looking at this 11 and 12,000 here right now. Okay, just mode 4 on that guy there. Where is he? Alright, this guy is coming. 6,000. Down in the hills. See if I can pick him up visually.
I've lost that guy on radar.
Same. Keep your eyes peeled. Backs away. If I see him, I'm just gonna turn in and mad dog it. There's no one else. Oh, there's Tab up at 38, but if I see a low guy behind you, I'm turning in and mad dogging it at him.
Roger that.
Got the 2 friendlies on the nose, and I'm visual with you.
Roger.
Coming right, just to check your 6 here. We've got a bandit down in these valleys here, somewhere. Need to protect Tab, who's above us, because if this guy... Tab, you're conning and you got a bandit beneath you, dude. Just be careful. I'm down here searching for him. Because what he could do is he could pitch up and literally...
Tab went to RTB.
Oh, who's above me then?
Should be Rambo.
Okay. Yeah, there's a bandit down in these valleys, dude. Just trying to make sure you don't get Fox 2'd from underneath.
Yeah, roger.
Pull up. Pull up. .5. Thank you for the follow, whoever that is. Stream Elements hasn't given me the Altitude.
notification just yet. Just hunting a guy down here in the hills. Hey Bandit LG, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? We are in Growling Sidewinder. We're working as a Viper 3 ship right now. We had a data link contact feed in the mountains here. We've got a friendly above me. That's Rambo. That's my wingman. And right now the biggest risk is this guy looking up at that, IFFing him, and then Fox 2ing him from underneath. So we need to find him. Got a pop-up reference 330 at 11,000.
Roger.
I'm just gonna stay down in the valleys until this dude pops up.
Alright. Oh, look at that, 17,000. Looks like he's coming in.
Bearing. Got him. Got him for 27 miles. One's commit.
Roger. There's a guy behind him also. At 3,000.
Yeah, I see the 3,000 guy. Putting him on. I'm putting the 27 on left gimbal. 24, sir.
Roger.
17 miles.
On defensive.
Copy. Fox 3 long, 14 miles.
Pull up. Pull up.
Fox 3 long, 9 miles.
Pull up.
Just gonna support this. I'm pressing this guy's. This guy's fully defensive right now.
Looks like he's defending.
You guys see that? Splash.
Shield.
One's off.
Another one coming in.
I got one slammer left.
Pull up.
One's recommit on the 15,000.
Roger. I'm also recommitting.
Got the 15,000 for 14 miles. Fuel's 4.0. Seven miles, Fox 3. Defending.
Tap flare.
He's also defensive.
Tap flare. Altitude. Altitude. Tap flare.
Two press.
Tap flare.
Pressing. He's hot on you.
Yeah, I'm running. I'm 2.6 RTB.
Tap flare. Tap How the fuck did he survive that, dude?
Bingo. Bingo.
Two's clean.
Roger, on defensive.
I'm Winchester RTB, I'm 1.5.
Roger.
He's in year 6, dude, 14,000.
Yeah.
I don't have the fuel to play with him, sorry.
Those are friendly, you can drag them too, but these guys are oblivious half the time. I'm on the way.
Dude, I don't know how he survived my 7.5 mile shot.
Probably hit a mountain or something.
Comp check.
Name it, Charlie.
Yeah, I lost him and then he just popped up right in front of me. And, yeah.
He killed you? Damn. Ran into the ground jumper? Yeah. How's it going, dude? Good to see ya. Alright, so a couple of things while I got the time to talk about it, for the guys just joining chat. There are some things you can do to make your life a bit easier for the type of valley fighting that we're doing here. Namely, you can set up the HSD on the right MFD because that's not there by default, right? So when you first come into dogfight mode with boat switch aft, you're not going to have the HSD on this. It's going to default to SMIS. So you can come in here and double click the center button and then put a HSD on there. And then when you go to dogfight mode, DMS right short is going to cycle you between SMIS and HSD. Because in the valley fighting, it's really handy to have this up so you can get data link returns when these guys pop up out of valleys. That's going to be one of the first things to cue you into where he is, potentially. The other thing you can do is bring a T-pod with you, and in AMRAM override mode, put both the HSD and targeting pod on the right MFD so that you can cycle between the HSD for the same reason as you would want that up in dogfight override mode, right, which is boat switch aft, AMRAM override mode, which mad dogs a slammer in this circle, right? Because sometimes you're carrying 6 slammers into valleys, for example. AMRAM override mode, if there are no friendlies around, is going to be your best friend. Boat switch forward and just fox him in the face at 2 miles with a Fox 3. Might save your life. It saved my life the other day. But there may be situations where the guy's a little bit further away.
What's up? Are you seriously watching?
And you want to VID him on the targeting pod, right? So you may very well lock him on FCI dogfight override, and then just you can switch to targeting pod real quick and just you know, go to narrow, for example, and that should be enough to VID him. Otherwise, trying to hat forward we'll zoom in as well with the levels of zoom there. Painchild, thank you for the resub. How's it going, dude? Alright. So, yeah, that's the 2 hot tips there. Set up your dogfight override modes, both the boat switch aft and boat switch forward with the HSD and TGP things there. And also, don't forget to pop the TGP up on your regular air-to-air mode on the right MFD. So down here, TGP there. And then when you lock up targets, for example, if we just... I don't really want to lock a friendly to do this, but I will, just very briefly. I'm going to lock this 3000 guy here. Now the TGP should snap to him. There we go. Now if I zoom in, we can see it's a Viper. And I'll just TMS offshore to unlock that guy. And thank you for your service, sir. So that was the hot tip from Drop the Hammer. Yeah, you can fly. Come join us. Bring the targeting pod as a VID tool. Also very handy for IDing Mark 60s from Tomcats from about 50 miles away. You might just see the plume on the TGP. So another hot tip from the guys there. Alright, water pot's coming off. Yeah, let's go ahead and fence out here. And we are fenced. I'm about to pitch into the circuit at Vaz 413.
Roger, I'm holding at waiting for you.
Yeah.
Altitude. Altitude.
You're not sacrificing anything, Tempest. It sits on the cheek of the Viper, so it doesn't actually take up one of your missile slots. And it's minimal drag, so there's no reason not to bring it. One's in the break. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You should bring it all the time. On on growling, there's no reason not to bring it. And when you're in your air-to-air master mode, make sure that you've got it bound to your right MFD at OSB 17 there. Super handy. I'm going to try and be using it more for, like, if I know I'm looking at a Tomcat, or I suspect I'm looking at a Tomcat, like a high guy, at like 50 miles, I'm going to have the targeting pod on him, zoomed in, watching for launches. Just, it's going to save me from having to use VR zoom all the time to ID that shit. But, you know, you can flick between the two, right? Because once you got him locked on the FCR, You can flip between HSD and targeting pod. You don't need to leave the targeting pod up. Come check.
Lima Charlie.
Let me check. Let me check.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Oh no. That sucks, Hammer. Sorry, dude.
Refueling complete.
Yeah, that hot tip came from Drop the Hammer right there. He's in chat. Gave that to me earlier today when we were doing Tacview Debrief, and I like it, so I'm going to be running that from now on. So while I'm sitting here, what I can do is just come into my dogfight override mode, see? And it defaults to SMIS, right? But this is where you want the HSD, so double tap on that center OSB at the bottom, and then put the HSD there, then put boat switch forward and do the same. Pop HSD up here on the middle OSB at the bottom, and then next one over. This is AMRAM override mode, pop the TGP on that one right there, then cycle into air-to-air mode, and again, pop the TGP down here at OSB 17 in air-to-air master mode, so you can cycle between HSD and TGP in your air-to-air master mode, then come out of that, come out of your override modes, I should say, cycle out of air to air, get the rest of your prep done. So list 2, declutter the HUD, DD forward, countermeasure program 2, turn the RWR on, and you know, I like to do this. You don't have to do this, but I like to set the heading and course bar to runway, and then we're good to go. 1 second. Ah, no, dude. That is such an annoying thing. And just on that point with the MFG crosswind hydraulic damper, I've got that fitted now. I saw a YouTube video when I first ordered it, and the guy who did the YouTube review said that he'd loosened his spring tension right off and he was just relying on the damper for feel. But you know, if you've done motorcycling, you know the dampers are there to just basically dampen out any sort of rebound, and so that's how I use it. So I still have spring pressure. I still have spring pressure for feel, and then the damper's just there in case. You know, it just basically dampens out when you're releasing the rudder pressure, so you don't get a swing back in the opposite direction through center. That's how I view it anyway. But it feels really nice with a combination of spring pressure and damper, in my opinion. Definitely worth the money there. Fantastic pedals. Yeah, I might start doing that, Tempest. Might start doing some tutorials, but I want to get really good at the BVR stuff first. I'm still on the upswing. I'm still on the learning curve, so give it 6 months, and then I might start doing that sort of shit once already. Run them up, 90. Brakes, brakes, brakes. Gate. 600 knots, pitch to 55 degrees, and then we'll go to like 0.2 G, so forward on the stick, parabolic, just to level out at about 20,000 feet. Then we'll accelerate through the mark and keep climbing up to 30. Pitching. So this is the profile Hammer and I were talking about before. Pitch to 55 and then maintain between 0.9 and 0.8 mark in the climb with this like this 0G unload basically. And then that's going to keep the speed up nice and high as we pass through 20,000. So in this altitude band, 20,000 to 24,000, we're going to unload all the way back down through level, continue accelerating through the mark number, and then keep climbing. So in this thick air, the Viper should do really well I should say, as we get ready to punch this bag. So, oh, I didn't bring a centerline this time? Fuck. There's mark 1.1. Climbed up 30,000. It's going to get you to altitude faster and therefore use less fuel. Tempest. It's a quicker climb. And it gets you to the top of climb with more energy as well. You can see we're getting to 30,000 here with Mark 1. And if I still had centerline bag, I'd have probably about 11,500 pounds of fuel right now. Fencing. Let's sort the 10,000 guy at 340. One's coming right. Still in gate. That's the other thing. On the ground, flip those cheek stations on. I forgot to do it just then. One sort of 11,000, about at 320 for 35 miles once come in.
The handles for 32 guys coming in needs to be dealt with quick.
Bearing?
Yeah, he's 260-ish.
Range?
Dropping now. I think someone got a pistol on him. He's about 30 miles.
Okay, this guy's dipped down to the valleys. He's dropped off. Got him again. Keeps fading. See you later, Hammer. Take it easy, buddy. 43 guys out, cool. Got the 9,000 on the nose. Okay, one sorted on the 292 for 11,000, 17 miles commit. One shooter, two cover. Shot this guy 14 miles. One Fox 3, 12 miles. One's press. 9 miles.
F14 going in 57 miles.
1 Fox 3.
1.
Bags away.
Possible. There's a Phoenix out.
Copy. Got this guy for 5 miles right now. Fox 3, defending.
Fast player. Fast player.
Fox 3 for 48 on the high flyer.
Altitude.
One's clean. One's coming off left. Target 29,000 on the right. One's pump 290, committing 15,000. One's commit 186, 21,000 for 30 miles. See you, Tempest. Take it easy, buddy.
26 miles.
Pull up.
It's an 18. 20 miles here. 3 support me, the 21,000. Get ready to press him. Fox 3 long, 14 miles. He's defending. One's out.
Fast player.
One's recommit. He's out cold for 12 miles. One's 4.4 for fuel. I'm gonna run this guy down.
I'm gonna grab this guy coming off the right. Actually, scratch that.
Yeah.
Angel 38 in front of you.
Yeah, I see that. I'm pressing the horn. I'm going for 10 miles. I'm running him down right now.
Fox 3 for 30 on this guy high. Probably not gonna hit.
Fox 3, 8 miles. One's off. Splash. One's RTB.
15 seconds on this high flyer.
Altitude.
What's up? Are you seriously watching porn by yourself?
Hey, Stargoose, thanks for the gift sub, dude, to Tempest. Tempest, welcome, buddy.
What's up? Are you seriously watching porn by yourself?
Stargoose, thank you for the gift sub to Seraphim, dude. Seraphim, welcome. It's all coming together, dudes. Slowly, we're gonna get better at this. My goal is in 6 months to have my BVR at the same standard as my BFM. And we got all the right people on board to make that happen. And in the process, just share the knowledge around so everyone improves at the same time. But this BVR stuff it's super addictive. We're at 240 at the moment. So that's interesting that I didn't count that as a death at the start. Not sure what happened there. Stuck in traffic for an hour, damn. Got a couple of 14 nails coming out of west. Alright, so let's talk about what went well on that flight, what didn't go so well. What we do from the top, we took off as a 4-ship, we did the parabolic profile to altitude. I think that worked pretty well. And then we got fast, and I sorted on that 10,000 guy out to the north, if you remember that, and he kept fading in and out. Ended up engaging him in the hills, and he line of sighted my missile. I think he survived. That dude survived. Meanwhile, I think I got a Phoenix coming in from the left, which I defended against. And I was fast, right? I was like 700 knots plus. So I think I ended up line of sighting. It'll be interesting to see on the Tacview what ended up happening. But I was fast and low. Probably just hit terrain. So initially made the turn to the right, then back to the left. That other guy didn't resurface after we dealt with... I'm not sure who dealt with him, but he didn't come back. And then we had the Hornet come in from the left at like 15,000, sorted on him, ended up running him down and killing him. So 1 kill on that sortie. Also, I forgot to bring 1 extra bag on departure, so that's a bad thing. I think what you can do is you can go into Mission Editor, you can make your own loadout, and then when you load up in here, there'll be that loadout ready. So I could call it like LBGS or something, Low Blow Growling Sidewinder. And then that would have like 3 bags, 6 slammers, 1 T-pod. And I can literally just click 1 button. I don't have to do this every time. So I'll probably sort that. I'm going to sort that out here real quick. Just jump into Mission Editor and make that, and then come back in while these guys RTV. Hey Jester, how's it going? Are you jumping on to fly with us, dude?
Altitude. Altitude.
But coming back with 2.2, considering I departed with only 2 bags instead of 3, that's a pretty good deal. That's a lot more fuel than I normally get back here with. So had 10-15, mate. Sounds really good. Yeah, we got 4 guys on already, including me. So you'll be number 5. Another good, solid turnout. It's great. I think with time, what's going to happen is you just go, like I'm slowly starting to figure it out now, but, you know, with time in the seat in the Viper and looking at all the Tacview debriefs and stuff, you get a real good feel for when you're super survivable and lethal in the Viper and when you're not very survivable, you know, and I think my focus over the next month or so is going to be relying on kinematics to defeat missiles as opposed to notch. So, you know, kinematics and terrain, and prioritizing those 2 over notching and countermeasures. Because I think in the Viper, if you can get good at those first 2 as your primary means of missile defense, then there's not much of a need to rely on the other 2. I think the situations in which you would need to rely on the other 2 would basically boil down to screwing up or getting overwhelmed. You know, you end up in a situation that you didn't intend to get into, perhaps, and then all of a sudden you have to notch a missile. But definitely feel like if you can kinematically defeat it because you're fast, like 700 knots plus in these like 7-8 mile engagements or whatever, then you're good to go. All right, let me leave the server here real quick. Go set up this loadout in Mission Editor. So the loadout's 3 bags, 6 slammers, 1 targeting pod, and then I'll only have to click 1 button at loadout to get that finished, rather than right now, which is multiple button presses. Alright, so mission editor. Let's just open a mission. Doesn't matter what it is really. You got a slammer, you got a slammer, you got a slammer. Can I choose a different livery or what? We're on a white map, right? Which one of these is white? Arctic. Let's use that. I don't know if this will actually load into game, but Blackwatch TV, how's it going, dude? Yeah, it's thanks. It's good, Blackwatch. I just find the corner of the MFD Cougar, and then I work my way onto what I need to get onto. And the Viper ICP is really good because it's true to form. You can correlate what you're seeing in game with what's in front of you in real life. So that really helps with muscle memory, as opposed to some sort of generic button box, which would be a bit harder to get used to, I think. See you, Rambo. Take it easy, buddy. Thanks for the floats. The notch does allow for quick and hard recommit, but it's a gamble for those who aren't super experts like Savior. Better to work. Yeah. Yeah, I agree there, Blackwatch. Any ability to reduce contact with the mouse, in my opinion, is a good thing. And improves immersion. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Alright, here we go. Briefing and flight. Alright, so we lost Rambo, but we are picking up Jasta pretty soon. Com check. That should have changed the gun ammo. Loadout looks good though.
Request rearming. Copy.
And it didn't change my livery, unfortunately. Tab, are you using a custom skin in here? Because I can't change my livery in this.
Let's go change mine, but if you're not using a custom deploying, I'll let you change to the wherever the country is.
What I'm doing here, for the guys who are just joining the stream, is I'm putting the HSD and targeting pod on the dogfight override modes, so they're readily available to me. So boat switch aft, which is the gun override, you see here, the AMRAM and the Fox 2 and gun override, now has the HSD here, so I can cycle between the HSD, which is super important for valley fighting. And then if I go boat switch forward, I get the HSD and the targeting pod. And then I also need to come into air-to-air mode, and I need to put the targeting pod there on that one. And then don't forget, if you're carrying the targeting pod, flip on the cheek stations like this in Growling, because they won't be on by default. And you want the targeting pod up by the time you get to altitude. So that all looks good. Alright, out of overrides, out of air to air, list 2 for fuel, and we're good to go. One's taxi. Just pick it from the drop down. I tried that, but yeah, come and join us, Chiefs. Yep. Lima Charlie. So have a look, right? If I go to ground crew, rearm, refuel, I select my loadout, which is LB, GS, and then from the livery drop down, it's just not there. Nothing, it just won't do anything. One taxi. Maybe, I don't know, maybe tomorrow during the day I'll do a repair on DCS or something, see if it fixes it. Get rid of any, like, superfluous files. There's no way I'm reinstalling DCS entirely just so I can get a skin on ground side one of there. Screw that. So who have we got on the ground at Vaz at the moment? East Park.
I'm here about to sign off.
Alright, one's holding short 3-1. See you, Tab.
Cheers.
New clouds tomorrow, is it? Damn. You sure new clouds are tomorrow? Has that been confirmed?
Yep, new clouds.
Cool. Do the repair before the update? Is that what you mean, Jester? Or do a full reinstall before the update? That's kind of unappealing. Well, I suppose if I save my keyfire bind, then there's no problems. I got fast internet. So I could do a full reinstall, I guess. Just a repair, yeah. I'm going to couple up the HSD here. Everything looks good. It's a small jet, but there's like, you know, once you get, like, you know what you want, there's actually a fair bit to get done in terms of prep for this, this engagement. You know, get the radar to the right azimuth scan, couple the HSD, list 2, set up your dogfight overrides with HSD and targeting pod, flip the station switches on, unclutter the HUD, DED switch forward, RWR on, program 2 on the countermeasures for me, and HUD symbology on. And then you're basically ready to fence. And that's on a hot start. Big gorilla coming in here. So we just lost Tab, we've lost Rambo, we got Painchild, Jeeves is coming, and Jast is coming as well. So we're going to have a 4-ship again. So these guys coming out of Sanaki, is that right? We have a look at the slots. On blue 4. Yeah, Tomcat out of Sanaki. And then we've got a bunch of guys coming out of Batumi, mainly F-15s. Eagles, all coming out of Batumi and Katasi. This is good just for building SA as well, knowing who's coming from where on the opposite team. Hornets out of Katasi. So don't forget, Katasi's north of Batumi, so if they're coming all the way from the left, or anywhere from down there, they're probably an Eagle. I don't see any Hornets at Batumi. Let me just check. Oh, there are some Hornets at Batumi, but they don't look like they get used. Gringo out of Beslan. Yeah, so in answer to that, yeah, if you want to drain out of wings first, you can flip this switch here, external fuel transfer to wing first position, and it'll drain the wings first then. But I haven't been doing that. I'm draining centerline first, use that to get to altitude. And with this new parabolic acceleration profile, so 600 knots on the deck, pitch to 55 degrees. As soon as I hit 55 degrees, I'm pushing the stick forward through center to get to about 0G, and I'm unloading that all the way until I get back level. Hey, who's that?
Jeez, dude.
G'day, mate. So you and Painchild will be 3 and 4. Jasper will be number 2 when he gets on, and we'll operate as 2 separate elements. Anyway, unload all the way through to level, and then once you get to level, you should be at about 0.85 mark. then accelerate through the mark, you know, transonic being about, what, 0.95 to 0.99, and then get through the mark, and actually, transonic should be a little bit beyond the mark as well, mark 1.04 maybe. If there are any Viper experts, let me know, but I'd expect transonic region to probably be from like 0.95 to 1.04, 1.05. So get to like 1.1, and that's through transonic, and then pitch and get up to like 30,000. You'll end up at 30,000 like Mark 1.1. Super slippery up high. Yep, nice hammer. Alright, so we're just waiting on...
Lined up behind you, John.
Just waiting on Jasta to get in. We might take a quick sortie without you, Jasta. And then probably by the time you're on and loaded up, we'll be coming back. Let's taxi. Run him up 90.
Alright.
Brakes, brakes, brakes. Gate.
Allora, andiamo su una...
There's 0.8 on the mark. There's 21,000. So now we go a little bit nose low and we accelerate back through mark 1.1.
You still with me, huh?
1.1 pitching, 30,000. Still on the way. Fence in. Sort the 41,000 on the nose. Three and four, sort the 4,000 guy at 330. for 90.
Roger.
Never mind, he's merged with a friendly and he's just faded. Let's concentrate on the 40,000.
Roger, I think Charlotte's still on the ground. I think it's just you and me up here.
Yeah, I lagged and I went off the runway, so I had to lose.
Okay, mate. Let's come right, mate. 40,000 drop for me. Yeah, Mark 1.4, Mark 1.5 with the wing external is pretty good.
38 off the nose.
Seen it, yep, sort him. Check switches. Let's come right for an intercept on this guy.
Roger.
He's got a friendly on the nose pop up.
Friendly.
Got him bugged for 48. $4,000 pop up for 60.
I'll take the 4.
Gonna mode 4 on this guy. Pop up, got him for 27,000, 35 miles. Fox 3 long, 35 miles.
Back in with 16.
It's an 18 at 27,000.
Yeah, put this dude on the right, Kimball.
Fox 3 long, 23 miles. He's defending. 19 miles on press.
Do you want me to cover?
He's splashed.
He splashed?
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay.
One's mill supporting. Hey, Captain, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. You got a Fox 3 long on this guy?
I was gonna Fox 3, oh, medium kind of.
Okay, your shooter.
2, 1. Fox 3 up.
It's an 18. One supporting.
I get bugged. Going cold.
You going cold?
Going cold.
One's press. Fox 3, 17 miles. You splashed him, good job. Got a pop-ups 029 for 32, 25,000 hot.
I always just mistime that cold.
I'm defending Hawk.
Fat flare. Pull up.
One's pump, 200. Milk. One's 5.3, 3 slammers. Sort the 20,000 pop up 030. One's recommit. It's a 15. Watch out, he's gonna get high and fast probably. One's gate. Got it for 34 miles. He's 21,000. He's not that fast. He's 600 knots. One Fox 3 long, 28 miles. Say again.
Should I launch or should I save?
Just save.
Okay.
One Fox 3 long, 19 miles. One's press, 14 miles. 2 support.
Go to 10 to 5 minutes on it.
Fox 3, he splashed. Fuck. Wasted an MRM there. Splash. What was it though, Becca? It worked.
Altitude. Altitude.
One's RTB Winchester. You don't always need to put the steering cue in the middle of the AMRAM circle. We do gimbal shots all the time. They work a treat.
Pull up. Pull up.
I was gonna go push Katassi because I have 6 missiles.
Oh, it's Dylan. Rog. Yeah, I was about to smack you down. You bitch. Who was that anyway? 15. Gringo 81. You getting on tonight, Dylan? Hey Jeeves, did that eagle kill you?
Yeah.
Oh dude, I'm sorry to hear that. Is that AstraZeneca that you got? Have you got blood clotting issues? You don't have to answer that.
I might just lend you here for a little bit.
Oh dude. What's that, buddy?
I might just lend you here for a little bit.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm 57 miles out. RTB. What's up, Timmy? Yeah, I think the Tacview stuff's definitely helping Stargoose with the thought processes, taking a note out of Tab's book on some of these engagement profiles, and playing to the Viper's strengths. High and fast seems really effective. Did you see that first kill then on the Hornet at Mark 1.5? I want to say it was the 35-mile shot that got him. Because then I think the 23-mile shot was still active. Sorry, it was still being supported. I think it had about 3 seconds left before it went active. So I think that... Yeah, I think it was the first one, the 35 bar shot that caught him with his pants down.
Drag him out here if you want 4.
What's that, buddy? You're gonna hang there, you said?
Yeah, I'm going to hang here, but I'm just saying if 4 wants to drag those guys out, you can. I can cover.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, well, he was, he descended. I think he was around about, 25,000. And then he started defending. I think it got him on the way down. I only foxed on him twice. So it had to be the first one that got him. The Mark 1.5 shot. And I could probably even loft that a little bit, to be fair. You know, right at firing it, maybe pitch up to like 10 degrees nose up. Just give it some extra beans across the top. Thanks for the gift sub, Stargeese. Take it easy, buddy. Good night. Something I'd like to do at some point in here when I get bored of slinging slammers is literally just take a loadout of 6.9Xs, go FCR off, go valley prowling just with data link and a T-pod, and catch people off guard. I think that's going to make for a good time. But the Viper right now is super capable in BVR. The guys have been giving me some tips on how to deal with Tomcats, so you just got to reel them in close. Stay low where the AWG-9's weak. Stay fast. And reel them in. Yeah, that's the thing now, like, I'm practicing today, is this parabolic ascent to get you to 30k and fast, and then with the 2 bags on, just get to like Mark 1.5 for a super hot first engagement. You know, really just get out there, like Hammer was saying, get out there and try and get that first kill, play into the Viper's strengths, catch someone with their pants down, and then the sortie, no, rolling 3 bags. Use the first bag. So the departure profile is off the runway 600 knots on the deck, pitch to 55 degrees, and then unload. So it's a bunt until you level out at about 21,000 at Mark 0.8. So you're maintaining like Mark 0.9 to 0.8 on that bunt to 21,000. Then you're pitching to about 10 degrees nose down, getting to Mark 1.1, and then climbing to 30. You get to 30,000 feet doing about Mark 1.1. Centerline bag gone. You still got about 11,000 pounds of fuel, I want to say. We'll check that when we do the next departure here. And then accelerate with the 2 bags on to Mark 1.5. Pick your bandit and engage him. Probably like, yeah, like 35,000 feet. Mark 1.5, get that first shot off. And you still got your 2 bags. So we'll try and do that again here on this next departure. But it worked on that last. It worked on that last one. We got 2 kills on that last sortie, and a Hornet, and then the Eagle that shot Jeeves. The other 2 tips that I've gotten tonight from Hammer were with regards to the dogfight modes, setting up the HSD on the right MFD, and also setting up the TGP in air-to-air master mode and AMRAM override mode for possible, you know, help with VID in certain situations. But definitely having access to the HSD on that right MFD in those dogfight modes for valley fighting is super important, because the first info you might get on where that bandit is when he pops up and gets pinged by AWACS will be on the HSD, and the HSD does not default. I got him, thanks man. The HSD doesn't default in the override modes, so he's just the wrong way. Alright, let's see if Just is here on the ground real quick. Hey Just, are you here?
Yeah, mate.
You on the ground at Vaz?
Yep.
Alright, rearming.
Request refueling.
Alright, so first thing I'm going to do,
Request rearming.
once the targeting pod's up, I'll set that up, but I can first start, come into here and put the HSD on dogfight override mode. Same with AMRAM override mode, it can just go in the middle one there. Link 16 while I'm there, list 2. Turn the cheeks on. Unclutter the HUD, do forward. Countermeasure program 2, RWR is on, HMD on. I like to do this for runway heading, you don't have to. Just so.
Rearming complete.
The key, no, it's it should be semicolon, right? Sorry, not semicolon, the one next to semicolon. Apostrophe? Yeah, it's just apostrophe. Alright, rearming complete. So also what we can do is go to air-to-air mode, get rid of the override air-to-air mode here, and then pop the TGP on OSB 17. And you can also pop the TGP on AMRAM override mode at the same OSB down there, and that might help you out in certain situations to get a VID. But chances are, if you're in AMRAM override mode, you're not going to have the brain space to get the TGP up on the right. You may. Once ready. Jasty, you're 2.
Yep, 2's ready.
3 ready?
One's taxi. Don't forget too, if you're a guy who likes to carry 9Xs, you can bore sight the 9X Seeker to the HMD, and that may help you out in valley fighting. You know, just where you look, that's where the Seeker of the 9X is looking all the time. So to do that, you come into SMIS, you select, or you have to be in air-to-air of course, or an ACM mode. So like dogfight override mode. Go to SMIS. If you've got 9Xs, they'll default here at OSB 12. And then on the left there at OSB 4, you see it says slave. Well, if you change that to bore, that'll lock the 9X Seeker to your the center of your HMD, and that's super handy as well. Run him up 90. Departure 600 knots on the deck, 55 degrees nose up at 600 knots. And then at 55 degrees nose up, we'll ease forward at 0 G until we hit 21,000 feet. At 21,000 feet, we should be about Mach 0.8. We're going to dip down to 10 degrees nose down, accelerate through Mach 1.1, and then gently climb to 30,000 feet. Punch the first bag. We'll get to 30,000 feet at like Mach 1.1-ish, and then accelerate to 1.5 and pick off our first target. Brakes, brakes, brakes. Gate. Couple up to the HSD here. Okay, let's go look at the guys out of Sanaki there. So we'll come right for north when we level off at 30.
Roger.
600 pitching.
Online 10 calls soon, we'll engage them some more time.
One. There's 21,000 at 0.84, so we'll keep pitching down at 10 degrees nose down here. .1, climb for 30. One center line away. Fence in. So now we're Mach 1.5 and climbing, and we've got the two bags on still. Heading for these two guys out of Sanaki here. One of them's a 15. The other guy's got a friendly on him, data link.
That's a 15 and a 18.
See the 50,000? Sort him.
I'm pretty sure that 3 is an 18.
Yeah, I don't think that 7,000 is going to be able to kill that 50. So we should pick this guy up. Yeah, there we go. That's 70 miles. Got him 336 for 70, or correction, 66, 52,000 hot. One's fenced at 10.7. Alright, Mark 1.32, 33,000 right now. I'm going to Fox 3 long on this guy. Fox 3 long, 55 miles. One's coming left. 3 and 4 bracket him, right?
Sweet.
Pitbull in 28 seconds. Hey, Dylan, thanks for the follow, dude. Oh, there's Mark 1.5 coming up, 30 miles. One Fox 3, 27 miles.
Buddy. One of you guys is spiking me. Game called.
I don't have it unlocked.
One's press on this guy.
Yeah.
Fox 3, 15 miles, defending.
15 seconds.
Cat flare. Cat flare. Cat flare.
I'm hit.
Who killed him? Ringo killed Jeeves. Ringo killed Jester. This guy's still alive. One's recommit. He's cold.
Please recommend.
He dropped for me. One's retrograde 140. Got a pop-up east at 5,000. We've got to run that guy down, dude. He's probably trying to go for AWACS.
Yeah. north is 12,000 feet.
Don't worry about the north guy. Let's press east for this 6,000. Got him locked for 29 miles.
I said nothing.
You can't run away from a Viper, dude. It's just not gonna happen.
I haven't looked for 19 miles.
Press.
Raise definitely in for Iraq, he's staying low and trying to go around.
1 Fox, 3 long, 14 miles. Fox 3, 10 miles.
Fox 3, 8 miles.
One Fox 3, 5 miles.
Altitude.
Splash.
Altitude.
So, please bingo RTB.
One's RTB. Sneaky, sneaky boy. Trying to get through to the AWACS. Didn't count on 2 Vipers running him down like a pig. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that was fun though. He had nowhere to hide. So satisfying. I love that because they're really cheeky when they try, like, especially Blue 4, because our AWACS isn't as well protected as theirs. So, like, to actually catch one out in the open like that and run him down, he had, like, there's nothing he could do. What's he gonna do? Turn into us? We're like doing Mark 1.75. Well, you would have turned straight into a Fox 3 though. That's doing like Mark 3. And if I've got you on the gimbal and I'm doing that kind of speed, then I'm going to kinematically defeat anything you fire back at me. I'm RTB, 22 miles.
Right, I'm on the ground, I'll wait.
He had no alternative, yeah. Yeah, he should have turned back and forward, but he was going to die either way. Seems like like in that situation, what was he flying anyway, Kodak? Was he in a... He was in a Hornet, right? Seems like the best chance of killing Red 4 AWACS is to take a Tomcat. Because at least you can try and get away from the Viper. And you've got the Phoenix, so you can get a long range shot on the AWACS there. Five through right now. How'd Child go? Child's still looking for a kill. Had an accident on takeoff. Jaster and Jeeves. Jeeves on 2 for 2. Jaster's just got in here, so he's still looking. Right, I mean, sure, he's got the SA, but what's he got SA on? His own death? Like, there's nothing he could have done. Well, that's true. I guess a 9X could have been dangerous because we're closing it. 9X would have been his best option, to be fair.
Altitude. Altitude.
One's in the break. At least you get lots of practice landing the Viper in GS. Pilot on runway.
Got another 16 inbound, mate. Watch it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to spectators here. Let's go. You're good, dude.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy. Refueling complete. Rearming complete.
One's ready.
Two's ready.
Three's ready.
One's ready.
One's taxi.
Two section.
So that 15 Gringo 8-1 that killed, was it Jeeves and Jester?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he like, TWS all of us and just Russell at once.
Yeah, he twizzed on you guys, right? Were you pure to him when you died, or Jeeves and Jester?
Very sexy.
Say again, dude.
Were you pure to him when he shot you? Like, what was the what profile were you flying against him?
I had him hard on my left gimbal. I was coming across the front of you guys.
You guys see the dead MiG-21 at the threshold of 3-1 over there in the snow? We got nothing coming out of Beslan Sanaki right now, so we'll just go. Oh, actually, I mean, we should probably patrol that area anyway, just in case we get any sneaky guys try to do what we just saw there. So we'll get up and we'll just get up there and we'll sip the gas this time. We won't go for like a 1.5 run. Let's just get up to 30 and you know, sort of like just under the mark, like 0.95, and we'll just go cap. All right, here we go. Run them up, 90. Brakes, brakes, brakes. Gate. One's milk. Hey Sarachism, thanks for the follow dude, welcome to the stream. We're a Viper 4 ship here. Gonna be patrolling over these hills here, make sure we don't get anyone sneaky trying to pop up. One sent on it. Vincent. See the 33,000 flanker out of 210 heading south. Let's go deal with him. Three and 4, go deal with him. 1 and 2, let's stay out here over the hills here. Just make sure we get no one try to sneak around this way.
Roger that. Okay. 210, did you say?
Yeah, he's out at 230 right now, heading southbound. At Angels 300. He's out of Kutasi. See him there, just inside the outer Samring.
Yeah, see it.
Alright, so I've kissed off 3 and 4 to go deal with the 30,000 guy who's trying to get a flank on our AWACS. And I've got Jasta with me, we're going to patrol over here. That 3000's got 3 bandits on him, Juster. There's no way we're getting to him in time. He's just gonna die. But we can go deal with those 3 guys here in a sec. Check switches. Let's go pure on them, dude. At least we can put some pressure on them. Maybe he will get away. Autopilot's coming off.
Right on.
Gate. Sort the 1000 immediately on trail on him. I'll sort the 2000. I think he just died. Let's go right gimbal, dude. 40 miles.
Awesome. Right here.
One sorted on the 2000 on the right. I'm gonna go for a dot shot pure on this guy. We've got a 23,000 coming out to support him from 60 miles out of 220. $4,000 dropped off data for me. Got him.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
Just gave him mode 4. Check data. Got him for 30 miles. Fox 3, 17 miles. He's pure on me.
Who's defensive?
I've got him locked up as well, mate.
Fox 3, 8 miles.
I'm still up.
2's out. Aggression 1's out.
Cat flare.
I'm still up at 28. Are you on that 12? 3.
Turn in, mate. Mad Dog.
3, are you on the 12 or are you cold?
Pull up.
Yeah, I got a Phoenix on me.
Altitude.
Splash.
Altitude.
Splash.
3 ringgit.
Good shot, mate.
Okay, yeah, one's pumping 120 kilometers to 25.
Right, I'm still up at 30. I go 1 for 28 off my nose, bearing 210. Fox 3 long on that 6.
Commit. 2, your shooter, 1 supporting. Three, be advised, you got a 20,000 coming in pure on you. For about 20 miles. Three, sort him. Two, I'm going to take the 31 on the right. Got it for 28 miles here. This is an 18, 31,000, one sort on the 18. 267 for 25, Fox 3 long.
3 defensive.
Who's on that one at 25?
Yep, 17.4 and I'm sort on the 18, 2 support.
Fox 3.
Fox 3, 9 seconds, come on.
3.
Pitbull, one's out.
Cat flare.
Fox 3, 7 miles. The 7. Defend.
One's recommit.
Oh, too late. I'm dead.
One splash. Fuck, I'm balls deep here. This guy, 22,000. Come on, lock him.
Fox 3 long, 1 to 36.
Lock him, come on. I'm gonna have to fucking mad dog this. Fox 3 mad dog, I'm out.
Altitude. Altitude. Pull up. Altitude. Altitude.
Fox 3.
Once committing on the 6,000 bandit, got him 224 for what the fuck? Defending.
Cat flare. Cat flare. Altitude. Altitude. Pull up.
I'm fucked up with my moods here.
Cat flare. Altitude. Altitude. Cat flare. Altitude.
One's pump 1503 and 4. Can you assist? I got a 5,000 trailer here.
Altitude.
Winchester.
Altitude.
4 is Winchester.
What's going on with my fucking moods? Am I out of missiles? I'm Winchester, that's why.
Pull up. Altitude. Altitude.
0.4. Fuck, dude. Yeah, he's got a 50,000 on him. I'm good.
Bingo.
Save gas now.
Bingo.
One's mill RTB. Wooksy, I think
Winchester RTB.
someone was saying it's tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'm doing alright tonight. I'm 8 for 0 right now. Some good fun BVR in here tonight. My main priority is to survive. Any sort I can get home from is a win. Kills are a bonus. Fortunately tonight, Kill Gods are smiling upon me. $5 AM local here. Probably stream some more BVR for about 2 hours. And then have breakfast with my wife and my kid. And then go to bed. So the learning point from that one is, you know, doesn't hurt to look out at the wings from time to time and see how many slammers you got left, because I was getting fucked up because I forgot how many slammers I had, and I was Winchester. And when you're Winchester, the modes in the Viper work differently. So I was wondering why I was stuck on the FCR to 10 miles. It's because it wanted to basically default me to a an ACM mode instead of CRM, I think. So, and when you got a bandit pressing you like that, you get a little bit task saturated. But couldn't lock him, couldn't get a lock on him. I mean, the only other option was to cut across his path, expose myself briefly, and then try and pick him up that way. But he was like sub 20 miles at that point, high and fast, and the last thing I wanted to do was turn back into him. But I did that anyway to Mad Dog, and then got out cold, kinematically defeated it. I'm 56 miles out, I'm good, I'm 1.5 for gas. Look at this guy. Ale0103 F16 24 kills. What the fuck has he been up to? I definitely want to go check this guy out in Tacview Debrief tomorrow. Hey, JA24KU, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the stream. Right now, we're 8 for 0 on here. We'll get a few more before the night's out, but the main priority is surviving. If you fly DCS, let us know, and let us know what you fly. If you're new to DCS, go ahead, ask any questions. I try to explain my thought processes as much as possible on the channel. We got some really experienced BVR pilots in chat, and flying with a couple of guys who definitely know how to swing an AMRAM or two, so... How'd Pain Child go on that? Just checking that. Jaster and Jeeves, 3 for 3, and Child still looking for a kill. He did really well the other night. Just getting bucket loads of kills. You're not on? You left? Okay.
So my bird's decided to start fucking flapping, buffeting on me.
Jeeves, did you guys end up killing that 30,000?
Yeah, correct.
Did he kill you?
Nope. I got
Sweet.
away from one.
You're not a very good BVR pilot. Well, you got a bucket load of kills the other night. I saw it. Got the Tacview to prove it. Hey, USAF J-Model Loadmaster. Fantastic. Awesome, dude. Yeah, thank you for popping into the stream. And for the follow. Fantastic to have an old, well, a J-Model guy in the stream. That's fantastic. Yeah, the Viper is loads of fun. JA. I really enjoy it. I'd go so far as to say that it's the king of BVR at the moment in DCS, in my humble opinion. It's just got the ability to accelerate so fast, get high and fast, mark 1.5 for that early shot. You know, admittedly 6 slammers isn't a lot, but who'd want to be in a Hornet with 10 slammers anyway? I wouldn't fly that in here. Just asking to die.
Course landing 3-1.
Yeah, this is the, I'm not sure if you fly the Viper in DCS there, JA. This is the Charlie Mike Block 50 with the GE129 in it, so it's one of the faster ones. You just got picked up to fly the Viper in the reserves? Oh my god, dude, that is fucking awesome. Definitely pop into our Discord at the clinic and keep in touch. There you go.
Wheels down.
Congratulations, dude.
Altitude.
So that'll be on the T6, will it? On UPT? T6 Texan 2? T6 and T38, yeah. That's awesome. We got another guy in the clinic who's in the Portuguese Air Force, and he just got picked up to go fly Vipers over there. But they've got the one with the Pratt in it. So he'll be going on Viper conversion in August. There's another guy, Mullet, in the clinic who flew basically every type of Viper there is. So there's... maybe he'd be good to talk to as well. But I'm sure you got loads of buddies who fly Vipers already, so... Thank you down here. That's the one thing I kind of... You know, like, the Royal Australian Air Force is so small, they don't really have many fighters. Whereas the USAF, you guys, holy cow, dude. It's another world out there. Like on my pilot's course, we started with 22, graduated with 11, and 3 guys went to fighters. And one of those guys was to the F-111, so you can't even really call that a fighter. So we had 2 guys go to Hornets. Out of an initial 22. Oh man, I'm so pumped for you. That is freaking awesome news, dude. Huge congrats. If I can help out in any way with thought processes, like when you're on UPT or anything, like I'm sure you'll be fine. You got loads of buddies, and you know what you're in for. But if you ever want to talk about anything, just hit me up in the clinic, and I'll help out where I can. We got a couple of old school Eagle drivers in the clinic as well, dude. Guido 1212 and Slick 1212. They're under the community friends list. They used to fly the F-15C back in the late 90s, early 2000s. So those guys will be able to probably help you out as well. I should put you in touch with them. Well, let's jump on a new one here. You know, I read an interesting thing a few weeks ago. I can't remember where it was, but it was something along the lines of guys who fly DCS, and particularly who fly BVR, when they go on to real pilot training in militaries on Gen 4s, the SA is just better in general through the pilot training pipeline. So, I'm not sure if you are flying DCS yet, but if you want to get some BVR in, just hit us up.
It's a fairly long taxi if you land 3-1 to get back
Admittedly,
up
all the like engagement ranges are kind of fucked up with the state of the AMRAAM and DCS and stuff,
We
but
should probably wait for reset for, because it said the server's about to reset.
what is it, like 5 minutes?
Yeah, it said that during the break.
Okay. He's a 16 IP? Awesome. How good's that? 15 CIP? Awesome, dude. So how long were you J-Model Loadmaster for? And if you're just going to go fly Viper in reserves, does that mean you'll still be a J-Model load? You'll continue to do J-Model stuff as your day job? Man, what a life. Holy cow, dude. I'm so jealous. Holy crap. You get the best of both worlds. You get to travel with the J, and you get to fly the Viper on your weekends. Fucking awesome. Yeah, I got you. Current reserve load. Okay. So how will that work then? When you go, like when you finish UPT, you go to the Viper. What? How many sort of hours a year would you be flying on the F-16 then? Because I was talking to my Portuguese buddy. I said, so what are you flying over there on Vipers? Or what are the Viper guys flying in the Portuguese Air Force? And he's like sub 200 hours a year, like maybe 150.
Get some lunch. Just gonna restart.
Road Shasta. Does anyone know if the clouds are out yet? Has the update dropped?
I think tonight. Or
Yeah,
tomorrow
it's still the 13th in America, I think, so maybe when it turns 12 it may update.
Full-time pilot training, then Viper. First 5 years in the unit, full-time guy. 3 to 4 times a week. That's awesome, dude. Alright, mate. Thanks for popping in, Jester. See ya. That is awesome. 3 to 4 times a week for 5 years. What a life. Holy cow, dude. You are going to be loving it. And, which blocks can you possibly get posted to? Like, what's on the table there? Nice. Block 30s? Oh, dude, that's the good one. That's the big mouth. It's, that performs really well in BFM. It's gonna be nice. Holy cow. The fast boy. Well, when you're there, dude, you definitely have to PM me a photo on Discord of you in a Block 30. That'd be sweet. Yep, no, we'd definitely help you out on this channel, dude. So just hit us up on the clinic. You're going to see us normally here on Growling Sidewinder on UHF 323. We fly out of Asiani. And we also do loads of dogfighting. The Discord you just joined is a BFM Discord. So Yeah, built it from the ground up, and now it's over 540 pilots, and we hold BFM tournaments. So, admittedly, the Viper in DCS right now is a bit power crept from some of the other jets in BFM, like the Hornet and Mirage 2000 will outperform it in BFM. But for me, the sweet spot with the Viper is honestly air to ground and BVR, dude. I'm absolutely addicted to this right now. Just the teamwork aspect and the comms and getting in here and, you know, trying to just get better at it, you know, not make the judgment errors. The sorting's really fun, and we got another guy here drop the hammer. He's a virtual pilot. He doesn't do this in real life, but his comms are really good. He was on here last night flying with me. Yeah, it's just awesome fun. We have a great time in here. Well, the 18, in most of our opinions, is just overperforming in its thrust to weight ratio. The drag modeling potentially is off. It just seems like it can stick with the Viper in rate in the 2 circle when it really shouldn't be able to. And, you know, the Viper is a little bit faster than it, but not as much as you would think. And so the Viper can't really execute its rate plan on a Hornet like it should be able to. It can outrate the Mirage, but the problem there is that if the Viper tries to climb and run away, the Mirage will just, once it gets above like 30,000 feet, it just won't decelerate like it should. And also the Mirage can put speed back on when it gets slowed better than it should as well, being a Delta. So it's just an absolute monster in BFM, the MTK and DCS. But pop into stream when we're streaming BFM, which is usually at the end of these streams, but tonight I'm probably just going to continue on with the BVR until I get off here in a couple of hours. But during the BFM streams, you'll see what I mean. But Viper versus Viper BFM is loads of fun. Yeah, because obviously, you know, you're both struggling with the same issues. The way it's modeled, we had a guy in the clinic actually model the state of the DCS Viper against the EM diagrams for the Block 50, and he found that above 0.4 it was within 5% tolerance, but 0.4 and below it's not as nimble as it should be. Yeah, I'll just... Alright, you guys should be able to hear me there. Yeah, that's it's great when the real life guys pop in. I got a friend in the clinic. I've known him for a few years now. He felt like someone just hit me. He flew Rafales in the French Marines. Play school is his name. He actually flies DCS as well. Cool dude. He had 400 hours in the Rafale when he had a little accident, which hurt his back, and then he couldn't fly them anymore, unfortunately. Thanks, dude. Yeah. You did know what you stumbled upon. Yeah, thank you. I missed the J model, I really do. Holy cow, that was low. But I'm looking forward to getting back to professional flying here in a couple of years. I'm a pretty new dad, so I've got a 10-month-old, well, he's about 11 months now actually, 11-month-old son, and I just found out the second one's on the way, so we got another one coming in December, so I'm just going to focus on them for a bit. Hey Alugo BTW, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the stream. Thanks, Jay, appreciate that, dude. Yeah, it's the best feeling in the world. Like Leo, my little one, he makes me laugh and smile every day, dude. He's just such a little trooper. I didn't actually realize how happy kids were gonna like make me. Like, Like, I've only got one right now, but I'm super pumped to have the second one come along as well. And the thing was, got some birds away over there. The second one was unplanned. We didn't actually know that it was going to come along, but when we found out, we were both really happy. So. SA10. That's funny, Aliga. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to flex. Do you want to have kids, though? It's a massive call. Whoa! Oh, it was a touch too low on the air show there. Yeah. Big call to have kids. Alright, just waiting for server restart here if you're just wondering what's going on. Just had a guy crash into me on the runway. Yeah, I know you can't see. I've just got this up for the time being. But if we got a guy who's gonna fly the Viper, I need to show you this actually, dude. This is worth seeing. This stick over here, if you want to get a good Viper stick, grab the real simulator R3 FSSB. Let me just get this set up for you here. So this stick here, I got this. I got the base at the end of last year, and then I bought their resin Viper grip, the SGRH grip, and it's basically modeled off the real Viper. It's a force sensing stick, so it doesn't move. Barely. It acts exactly like the real Viper stick. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude, it's fantastic. Like you're not even getting, I don't know if you can see it, but you're barely getting 2 millimeters of travel through there. And there's a few other really neat features with the grip itself. So every switch is a 5-way, even the pickle button. So it's got some more functionality above what the actual Viper grip has that's good for simming. Like this 5-way on the pickle button's really good. The DMS and TMS have a depress function that they're modeling. They've got to implement a change to actually have those to work. At the moment they don't, because there used to be 2 HIDs. It used to get recognized as 2 HIDs, and then most users of this grip only wanted 1 HID, so the DMS and TMS depress don't work at the moment. But there's a depress on the trim hat as well. The nosewheel steering is a 5-way down here as well. Same with the master mode select, and then under the trim hat you've actually got a rotating profile selector that allows you to change the pressure sensitivities on the fly in game. So say you want to jump into different jets and have different pressure profiles, you can do that just with the flick of a button. So. Camera just I'll be right back. So, Jay, I'm not sure if you're still there, but you know, I saw something interesting the other day. It was a video on YouTube of a Viper getting, what was it? It was a guy starting up a Viper in Iraq in 2008, and what struck me was like how worn the cockpit was, dude. Like, I remember the, my mic's a bit far. Can you give me a sec? Must be the wrong one. Let's fix it. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, okay. How's it going, Luke? Good to see you. Welcome back to the stream. Anyway, yeah, like I remember what the J models were like. You know, back when I was flying them, our J models were pretty beaten up. But this this Viper in Iraq in 08, holy cow, dude! It looked like it was ready for the boneyard. Honestly, had a hard life. If I find the video, I'll PM it to you guys. At I'll pop it in the clinic in general chat. You can check it out. I think I may have already done that actually. It may be there in general chat, maybe in the past week or two. I think I probably posted it. Alright, more BVR action. Probably going to stream BVR here for another hour and a half.
Request rearming.
Come check.
Copy.
I can hear you.
We're on Growling Sidewinder, Lurkum. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. You got a back seat when you interviewed. Nice. See, that's funny the way the USAF reserves do it, because in the Royal Australian Air Force, you don't actually find out which unit you're going to until you finish your version of UPT. So we call it 2FTS. Which is the PC9s. So you finish PC9s, you graduate, you get your wings, and on your you get a posting dinner where, you know, they get us to stand up with our back to the board, and then they show you the entire room which aircraft you've been posted to. But that only happens after you graduate. So it's interesting that you guys get to interview before UPT and find out exactly where you're going. That's awesome. Alright, let's get some admin done here. So I'm going to pop HSD on the dogfight override modes. Same with TGP, can go on AMRAM override mode and air-to-air master mode. Get that up for some VID. Try and use that during the flight here. List 2 to let's come out of air-to-air. Out of master mode, so turn on the cheeks for the pod. Based on force needs in your rack and stack with the rest of the class. Got you. Yep. One's ready. Let's go with Jeeves 2, Pain Charlotte 3.
Okay, 3's ready.
2's ready.
One's taxi. Get link 16 up there. Go to 3 bar. and couple up the HSD with the FCR there at OSB 7. You can see we already got some stuff coming out of Batumi and Kutasi. Base font's clear. Performance is better in here when there aren't as many people. Looking forward to Vulcan implementation towards the end of the year. We'll see if that's the magic bullet everyone's hoping it's going to be. Smooth Dangle, how you going, dude? Good to see you. Welcome back. How are you? Let's go fight the main gorilla out at Kutasi in the west.
Roger.
I need a Discord? What do you mean, Dangle? I got a Discord. It's right there.
Sounds good.
Run them up. Brakes, brakes, brakes. Gate. What's that, Aluga? If you want to come fly with us, Dangle, we're on 323 UHF on Viper, Hot Start, Vaziani, Hot 3. Just getting airborne now. I bet you someone's going to try and shoot down our AWACS. Some cheeky fucker out of Sanaki or something.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, come join us, dude. We're in Growling Sidewinder.
South, just in case there's anyone there, and then we also got an item supplies for myself because we're a bit south, so whoever doesn't be looking there.
Oh, how can you get missiles on your plane? You press backslash. I think it's backslash or forward slash. And then you press ground crew, rearm, and refuel. That option there. No worries, dude. Once in a lot of it. Fence in.
Jason alone, right?
Once fence 11.8. Hey 3, just go solo patrol off at 030 here, just on the HK rings, just to make sure we don't get a leak or try and bust our AWACS.
Okay.
2, you come with me.
Yeah, what you did.
Sort the 20k for 90. Hey Toads, how's it going, dude? Good to see ya. We're on Growling Sidewinder right now, Viper 3 ship. I've just sent my number 3 to patrol over here by himself, in case we get a cheeky valley crawler try and get around behind and kill our AWACS, so he'll cover off on that. I'm taking my number 2 up here to fight the gorilla. It's not much of a gorilla though. A lot of people didn't come back after the server restart. So, new fancy trick. No, it's Growling Sidewinder, server number 1, the BVR one, Gen 4s.
What's your speed there, one?
0.96. Yeah, I fought Tor Savior in BFM a few times, Lurkum. But BVR wise, I killed a Tor guy in here yesterday. I think his name was Luminary? Tor Luminary? Yeah. Hey dude, got a couple of pop-ups, 12,000 at 230 still.
I'm John, set up.
Just gonna mode 4 these guys. Friendly. Ah, 323, Dangle. One Spike Patriot.
Dropped.
He's a friendly dude, I just mode forward him. It's Caucasus, yeah. You guys excited for the new clouds? I think we're getting new clouds here in a few hours. Mode for this guy one more time. TMS left short. Yeah, he's a friendly. There's a friendly under that 14,000 guy as well. Just popped when I mode forward. You're calling, you're calling work. You're not gonna go. Yeah, nice. That's crazy. Well, that's what everyone's saying. Yep, a few hours it should be dropping apparently. Don't blame me if they don't drop there. Oh shit. External view? Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's really good. Let's sort the 16,000 guy at 3 o'clock. Who's heading south?
Yeah, Sam.
One's coming right. Gate. Sort the 16,000 guy. I'm sorting the guy who's chasing our friendly. Got him 266 for 47, 15,000 hot.
Just come hard.
Check switches. Yeah, kidding me? How's it going, dude? Good to see you. What FPS I'm at? I should be about 45 right now in the Reverb G2, which I run at the moment 52% on growling.
Are you seriously watching?
Hey, you are kidding me? Thank you for the sub, dude. Thank you for the 6 months. Alright, I want this 14,000 guy. Just going to play mountain games with me, and I had a just be advised, dude, we had a 5,000 guy out at 210 flanking left. He's faded off data. Hey 3Y, thanks for the follow, dude. Welcome to the stream.
I got a Fox 3 long here.
Copy.
Fox 3, I'm at 22.
13,000 guy faded. Just got him back now. He's yeah, I got him. $270 for 32, 14,000 hot. Just watch out, mate. It's a 15 you're looking at.
Right on. Football.
52% Steam VR, and then one PD. I'm not that fast, see, 9.4. Fox 3 long, 20 miles. One's left, Gib. Sorry, yeah, right, Gib. Cracking left.
That's a friendly Phoenix on me.
One, Fox 3, 8 miles. Splash.
Two turning back in.
Yeah, press on the 323 at 22 miles, 9,000 hot. One shooter, 2 cover.
Copy.
Which plane is good? Hornet's really good. Really, really good multi-roll. The Viper is really good in BVR and air to ground. It needs more development in air to ground. I'm not going to go pure on this guy just in case he gimbal shots me. I'll get him for 15 miles here. Okay, he's not even looking at me. Set up the intercepts here.
Oh, he's looking at me.
One shooter, 2 cover. Press.
Fox 3.
Okay. I mean, I just said I was shooter, but yeah, that's fine. Just see if he hits him here.
Fox 3.
Oh, fuck, dude. No. I'm right here. Yeah, now I've got a fucking slammer coming my way. So, with that last engagement, I said I was shooter, you were cover, and then you Fox 3'd.
Pull up. Pull up.
Oh, sorry,
Pull
dude.
up.
I
All good.
didn't catch that. He's popped me though, I think that was friendly.
Seraphim loves F86. It's hilarious. Coming for me or coming to help me? Because I nearly had my friendly here just fucking go pitbull on me.
Back with you.
Reg.
Sorry about that, dude. I didn't hear it.
That's all good. Oh, we got a 6,000 coming out of Katasi at a 14,000 trying to flank. 1,000 to 2 ship, dude. Oh, so he killed you, you said? Okay, I'm out here by myself, gotcha.
Yeah, you're by yourself, sorry.
That's the 14,000. I got 2 low guys coming out who are closer than that. It just faded off data. Yeah, the 16's a lot of fun, especially if you want to do this kind of thing. If you want to do the BVR stuff, dude, amazing time. Right, so I can see this guy 14, but there's another couple of guys here who are coming out of Kutasi to the east here, low. And they're faded, so... .33 high guys, a 14, got a 14 nails there. There's my low guys. This 2 ship here. Showing as 1 right now, but there's another one there as well, I think. That might be someone else actually. Nope, that's them there, 35 miles. Saw about it, 277 for 33, 2,000 hot. Not in here on this server, Toads, it's not a thing, but I do it in the Viper Red Flag campaign that I stream from time to time. Alright, let me unbug this guy and come down to 40 mile scan here. There we go, 27 miles, sipping the gas right now, I'm at 5.8. And 4 slammers. Gonna try and get fast here in a sec. It's time to get fast. Reel this guy in. Keep it on the gimbal. It's just dropped again. I'm out here by myself right now. Where's the nearest friendly? No one, just me. There he is there. Who's this guy? 5,000.
Altitude. Altitude.
Alright, here we go. 18 miles. Let's get fast here. Reel this guy in. That's fine. That's not gonna hit me. Okay, got Sam's on me. Fox 3. And that's active in 3 seconds. I'm out.
Tap flare. Altitude. Altitude.
I'm gonna recommit on this guy in a sec here. Get the radar ready. If he decides to press me, he's turning into a Fox 3. Got him. 7 miles. Fox 3, 7 miles. And I'm out. That's active.
Altitude.
Yep, he died. Nice. Yeah, 3.4 for gas, RTB.
Altitude. Altitude.
I've got enough fuel for one more engagement. If someone decides to make something of it and want to press me here, I can get fast one more time and shoot and then get home with enough fuel, but I'm actually going to start climbing here now. Got a 22,000 guy out to my right. Oh, you're on the opposite team? Smooth? Okay. Nice. Oh, that was you in the 18, was it? Okay. Oh, it was too. Nice, dude.
How are you with the one?
GG's. I'm good. I'm making my way back to base. I just killed one of my valued viewers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I see that. The 4,000 guy coming. Alright, let's commit on this dude.
Very important right now.
It's 12 miles. Here he is, yeah.
Altitude. Altitude.
Reel this guy in. He's got hills between me and him.
You see that full one?
Fox 3, 7 miles. That's active amount.
Cat flare. Cat flare. Altitude.
That guy's gonna die if he decides to pressure me.
Bingo.
Yeah, he died. Got another guy on my right. 16,000. Who the fuck is this here? Got an 8,000 hot on me right now. Come on, buddy. Look. I don't want to have to mad dog this guy. Oh, he's dead. That's why. I think he's dead. Yep. So I got this guy at 2,000. Like 12 miles. Here he comes. What am I? What? Oh fuck! I'm so low on fuel. I'm not gonna go gate here. Fox 3, 9 miles on this guy. And Fox 3, my 8 mile one. That's it. I'm out.
Cat flare. Altitude. Altitude.
Okay.
Dragon's Myth, you want one?
I think he's gonna die, dude. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, now I'm really RTB. Thanks, Locum. Yeah, cheers. Well, that's what I try to make the highlight on the channel. I've got a guy running me down, but I've got shit. There's another one right here, and I'm out of slammers. Yeah, these friendlies need to pressure this guy. Yeah, bail me out from that 13. There's another guy right there too. I'm RTB. Believe it or not, this is enough fuel to get home. I just need to be careful. I need to get up to 30,000. And then just sip the gas and I'll be okay. So- One of the big misconceptions, I learnt this the other day, this is a trick a friend taught me, Jumper taught me this. You don't need to center up the dot in the AMRAM circle in DCS, you know, for like when you're sub 8 miles, sub 9 miles, you can kill a guy just by keeping him on the gimbal, because that missile will come off the rail and make a hard left or right for him and go active straight away. And in the Viper, by staying fast and doing these gimbal shots, you really improve your survivability, because you're not pure with the bandit, so you're not doing his missiles work for him. And when it comes time to get out, if you're super fast, you can kinematically defeat these missiles, which is what I'm doing. And if they decide to pressure me, they're turning into a Fox 3, nose on, you know what I mean? At 8 miles, and they're rapidly entering that no escape zone, and they just, there's no way out of that. They're screwed. 354 pounds, this is, we'll have to do some aviation maths here in a second. So we're doing, we're burning 300 pounds every 6 minutes. 3,000 pounds every 60 minutes is 300 pounds every 6 minutes. And it's saying 8 minutes 40 to base. And I've got 313 pounds left, so I've got about 6 minutes of fuel left at this altitude. But as I climb, my fuel economy will increase. And so will my speed. So the time to the base should decrease, and my fuel economy should improve. It'll be pretty tight, but I think I can make this. You can see my mark now, 0.69. So I'm just going to shallow out the climb a little bit here, so I don't slow down so much. So how many kills did we get on that first run out there? 4 kills. Nice. What about the other guys? We had Jeeves and Painchild with us. So Jeeves got 1 kill. And that was the kill that we saw there, and Child's still looking for a kill. Who else is in the server? Smooth's in here. Newbie I've seen before. Okay. So priority right now is to get back to base in one piece. Get rubber on tarmac and survive. 200 pounds left. 6 minutes to go, so this is going to be really, really close. I'm gonna be gliding in on this one, I think. Mark 0.8 now, nearly. 5 minutes to go, 158 pounds. Yeah, I think you would be shitting yourself right now. 34 miles here, 0.82, 111 pounds left, right? So this is close. I mean, even if I throttle back here to, say, 200 pounds every 6 minutes, the problem is my speed's going to go down, and that's, you know, we're looking at like 4 minutes at the moment. So that's 230 pounds in 6 minutes. I've got 4 minutes to go. I've got 96 pounds. We're definitely going to be gliding this in. Although when we start our descent, we'll be at idle, so we'll be using less fuel as we descend here. So who knows? We may touch down with some fuel. Yet to be seen. Who thinks I'm gonna make it? And who thinks I'm not gonna make it? Thanks, through what? Well, I don't think I'm going to land at Vaz. I've got a perfectly usable airfield in front of that, so... Can you dead stick a Hornet? Yeah, I think you can. Yeah. No, it feels really good, especially in the Viper and Mirage, in the direct fly-by-wide jets, but it still feels really good in everything else as well. I love it. I'm so used to it by now. Alright, 37 pounds here. Just going to take the close runway.
Altitude. Altitude. £7 of fuel? Plenty. What do you want to do? You wanted to Fox for me? Thanks, JA. Yeah, we could have merged with someone.
That's fun. Let's go again here. I think that's one of my best sorties so far on this server. 4 kills in one flight. I haven't had that before. The gimbal shot technique that Jumper taught me is really good on here. I know it's probably a bit gamey, but it works.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
You guys are sad I made it back? No. Alright, HSD on the dogfight overrides.
Refueling complete.
Plus the TGP as well on the AMRAM override and on the air-to-air master mode. I'm going to put the TGP in there. It's just handy sometimes if you're dealing with a Tomcat to see launches from like 50 miles away. These are all tips that I've been given by strong BVR guys in the community, by the way, so you've got them to thank for it, not me, if you end up using any of this stuff.
Rearming complete.
Alright, come out of there, and couple up the HSD, link 16 on, 3 bar on 30 degrees on azimuth, and we are good to go. One's ready. Yeah, exactly. I'm looking forward to the Viper being finished. One's taxi. Max performed the gas, yeah, dude. Yeah. Eurofighter is going to be a game changer, I think. I think that airplane is going to change the entire battle space.
Yeah, 2's on final.
Okay, should we wait for him or should we just take off?
Wait for him.
Okay, sounds good.
Just gonna wait for number 2 here real quick. He's just on finals, he said. Yeah, you see, like, if you come into list page on the Viper right now, there's a bunch of stuff in here that's still in development. Like, if we go to, let's have a look. GPS page, for example. Where is it? List, miscellaneous, GPS, under development, GPS in it. Data link, good. All the BVR guys get a hard on over all this shit. I never come in here. The only thing I come in here for is bingo page. CMDS programs, I never change this as well. Let's see, program number 2. Oh, there's a waypoints. So who knows how to change the which program this is changing? I've never changed the actual program in the this page before for CMDS. I've got a custom lure that I use.
Just clear.
Yeah. Do either of you guys know how to change the CMDS program in the list page? Guess I'll just leave it at that. See if that works. Didn't really tell me which program that changed there. I'll have to go look at Chuck's guide or something. Alright, let's see what we got out there at the moment. Server's pretty dead right now. Although there are quite a few reds there to kill. Friendly at 7,000. Got 2 reds on top of him. Bunch of other guys coming out. Yeah, we'll get out there and fight. Yeah, links aren't allowed, Locum. If you want to go to the general channel in the clinic, in the BFM clinic, there's a link there. And just post it in there, that'd be cool. Thanks. Well, let's exit. Is this getting you excited for the Viper, JA? I know, you know, it's only DCS, but... Awesome, dude. Thank you, Locum. Cheers. Alright, so, yeah, I'm running with this departure profile that Drop the Hammer showed me before. 600 knots on the deck, pitch to 55 degrees, and then bunt at 0G until we go through 21,000 feet, and then continue the bunt to 10 degrees nose down, accelerate through transonic, hit Mach 1.1, then keep climbing, punch the first bag off, keep climbing to 30,000, then level off, accelerate to Mach 1.5 with the 2 wing externals on, and then press a guy high and fast. Alright, run him up, Ronnie. We got a guy short final, by the way. Brakes, go. Okay. Come on. Yeah.
Barney just got out of him.
Yeah, I almost skipped his run.
Alright, let's go fight the main gorilla. There's a bunch of bandits out there with not many guys looking at him right now.
Okay. Yeah, there isn't much happening out of Belson right now.
It's just more targets for us, isn't it?
Yeah.
So here's the bunt at 0G. And you're going to see we're maintaining between 0.9 and 0.8 mark while we do this. And we should top out here at about 23,000 feet. Still above 0.8 mark. And then we're going to continue this bunt to 10 degrees nose down. So about 21,000 there on this one. 0.9 marks, fine. Hang on, my wife's telling me to look up. Alright, she's showing me my kid. Alright, so here we go. Now we hit mark 1.1, spike 14 right now. And now we continue this climb at 30,000. So we're through that transonic drag region. Fence in. Got 14 spike, by the way. Alright. 3 sort the 20,000 on the left.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on 323, Dangle. 1 sorter on the 41,000. Got him for 57 moss. Get your centerline bags away. 1 centerline away. Check switches. No, we didn't hear you, Dangle, just then. Alright, so we got a 6,000 under the 40k. We got a...
Copy 323.
Lima Charlie, you're on the wrong radio. I think...
It's a good radio.
Yeah, I think he's on 32. Very check. Oh, I'm at Mark 1.3. I think it's an 18. One's pitching in here for a Fox 3 long on this guy.
Yeah, I'm burning into this guy who's 30 miles away right now.
Fox 3 long, 36 miles. Cranking right. $30 seconds to pitbull. That guy's got a couple of 30,000 friendlies on him.
Fox 3, 24 miles.
One saw on the 27,000 at 211 for 22. He's cold. Fuck! Where did that come from?
Tap flare.
Phoenix coming in from somewhere?
Tap flare.
That's a 14.
Altitude.
Actually, no, you guys are
Altitude.
on him.
Pull up. Tap flare.
It's coming in the circle
Tap
right there.
15 miles.
Altitude. Altitude.
I know you said.
One's clean.
One's called. You called one?
I'm looking at the guy.
Pump, I'm recommit.
2,000 feet. I'm gonna Fox on him. 18 miles, Fox 3.
Yeah, one's commit on the 23,000, 16 miles.
Roger. No.
Nobody else should I go?
One Fox 3 long, 10 miles. Ah! Good kill. Wasted a fucking slammer. 4 slammers left.
There's another guy, 5,000 feet. I'm about to launch on him as well. Fox 3. That's 20
Just gonna
miles.
save gas. Paint job's doing work here. One supporting.
Three's defense.
One's press. I'm gonna commit on this 15,000 over here. Just give me a hunt.
Three's clean.
One sorting on the 17,000, 271 for 50.
I'm looking at 3,000.
2 press. Alright, so there's a 17,000 friendly pressing the 12,000. He's out cold now. Flanking left, there's the other 12,000. He's hot. Got both these guys. 13,000 hot now. Coming up on 20 miles. Spy Patriot, this guy faded.
Just called.
I think he died. I think that guy just died. Well, we've definitely got them boxed in right now. They're not going anywhere.
Actually, I'm gonna do it first to find there's a bunch of sound sites and there's a couple of the guys.
Yep.
Actually, I'll come around to you guys and ring it.
Oh, there's 11,000. He's closer.
Just turn back in.
One still on the 11,000. 298 for 21 hot.
Who's doing it?
One's gate.
I can have both the 11 and the 7,000 on my radar. Go through there. Also, the 2,000 guy I can get.
One Fox through the moss. One's defending. 3 seconds. Active.
Tap flare.
Who's gonna go for the guy 2,000 feet?
Just committing on 7.
One's pump 050. One's press 1,000, 318 for 16. One's commit.
3 Fox there. Oh, sound good.
13,000 on my
2
left.
Fox 3 on 6.
And those guys have got him. I'm gonna pump out here. I'm 4,000 for fuel. Come back around for the 13,000 guy. Come on. One's committing on the 7,000 for 12 miles. Just behind that hill. He's out cold. He's gonna pop up and he's gonna turn in here. There he is, got him. One Fox 3, 11 miles. Fucking line of sighted that. Ah, cheeky bastard. He's got a friendly right behind him too. Ah, this is a pretty nasty situation, this. There's 2 friendlies merged with this guy. He's on the other side of this hill. And he's flowing east right now. This is really dangerous because I could get killed by a friendly.
Altitude. Altitude.
3 Fox 3.
Yeah, see, this is the
Altitude.
Where is this guy right now? Okay, got a guy on the nose. I think that's a friendly right there. Coming into an override, dogfight override mode, TMS up short, and then TMS left on that guy. Ray gun. That's a friendly.
3 RTV.
There's another one over there, I think that's him. Lock that guy up. I think that's the bandit on the nose. Yeah. That guy there. TMS left short on him. 13 miles, that's a friendly. Mode 4, super fucking important. That's the same guy, I think. Yep, that's a friendly. I don't know where'd the bandit go. I think he must have died.
I died.
And I got one more engagement on me, and I'm 2 slammers left at 3.8 here. Man, paint shard on a fucking rampage. And then overcommits and pays the ultimate price. Rest in peace. Alright, here we go. 2-1 sorted on the 11,000, 289 for 24. Can you sort on the right bandit, 5,000?
Yep, roger.
One's got it for 18 miles, one's okay. One Fox 3 long, 16 miles. He's out cold, but I've got this guy on the nose. Hot, I'm gonna mad dog that. Fox 3. One's out.
Chest punching.
One's RTB. Hey Ken, how's it going, dude? Good to see you.
Altitude.
I think he probably line of sighted my last slammer. Jeeves DC'd. You got 3 kills on that run? Nice, dude. I only got 1 kill on that run. I'm 5 for 0 right now. It's pretty nice. I see you there. Come up on 323 if you want, Ken. I'll do one more sortie here, I think, and then I'm going to bail. What time is it? Yeah, I've got one more in me, I think. I'm being chased down by 7,000 here. Yeah, I'm being chased down by a guy. I need to run. Okay, don't have SMS. No worries. There's no one here to fucking save me from this 7,000 bandit. We've got 3 guys on me. And all the friendlies I can see are cold at the moment.
Bingo. Bingo.
Let's run. Oh, there's a friendly merge with the 7 right there. Okay, that tangles them up. I'm out. I'm good. See the friendly just pop up on data with the 2 bandits. It's like, where are you, dude? Nice, Ken. I mean, if you're coming on growling and you're getting like 3 kills in a single run, that's awesome. Well done. Yeah, it's so good 3-wire. Do you fly on growling? I'm a huge fan of it in BVR. I don't like BFMing in it, too similar. Right now. I'm still gonna override this one. Yeah, in air to ground and BVR it's really fun. BVR especially, like this is so addictive. Yeah, dude, I had a guy kill me the other day when I first started flying in here with a 9X from 10 miles. There are some people that are really sneaky with the 9Xs, you know, because you don't have MORS in the Viper, no missile warning system. So, yeah, you don't know if it's coming. And if you turn into one, like if you fly to the scene of the accident, so to say, like after you Fox 3 on a guy, kill him, if you decide to like fly to that spot where he died, and he fired a Fox 3 right before he died, there's a good chance you're going to eat it in the face. I'm not a fan of the MiG 21. But we don't have the Bison in DCS, right? Which version of the MiG-21 do we have? Because isn't the Bison the really good one that the Indians have? That's like been kitted out with like a glass cockpit and stuff? Nah, I haven't seen that. Just get the autopilot in here. (1 PM Eastern time). Yeah, smooth. I'm actually on a day off tomorrow from streaming. My wife gets to sleep in. So this is my last run. I stream tomorrow and then I'll be streaming again. And normally I'm streaming from 00 Zulu to about 06 Zulu is when I come off. Is the BIS coming? Is the Bison coming to DCS though? Damn, that's a pretty capable platform. That thing's killed, well, so they say. It's killed F-16s, hasn't it? Wasn't that the news article that came out a little while ago? The Pakistanis were like... Yeah. I don't know. Who knows what to believe? With an R65. So what, is the R65 as capable as the Archer? The R73? I'm not really familiar with the R65. Yeah, it's good, Hammer. I'm 5-0 at the moment. And I was, in the last session, I was about 5-0 as well, I think. No, actually I was 8-0 in the last session. So it's been going really well tonight. I think it's all starting to click. I mean, I'm still making some mistakes, but I'm having fun. So. VFA 45 vanished. I've seen that guy. That's he's from Tourniquet HD's community. There was a Pakistani MiG-21 bis that shot down an Indian Viper. Okay. Yeah, I remember reading some article where they were calling BS. But so I'm gonna get one more sortie in here, and then I'm gonna go have some breakfast. I think. Call it. So what was the problem with the... It was with the hydraulic damper? There was a problem with the bracket on that? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Bracket is damaged. Alright, yeah, well. So you're going to keep it then? Or are they going to send you a replacement and then do a courier swap with the other one? Whoops, wrong thing. Half asleep here now. I wonder how many guys have actually done that in real life, gone for the parking brake when they want to go for outhold. Probably a few, I'd say. You should ask your brother, J.A., if he knows anyone that's ever done that. Alright, I'm gonna just, rather than go for the overhead brake, I'm just gonna wash off a bunch of speed. I want to turn on the final here. Yeah, that's nice of you, dude. Yeah, he makes a good product. I'm really happy with mine. I feel really good.
Altitude. Altitude.
On final.
What are you using to respawn your plane?
What do you mean?
Oh, you said that you just respawn your plane after you land.
Yeah, escape and then just back to spectators, is that what you mean?
Oh, okay. Right on.
That'll do.
I was thinking there's some
Let's
form
just
of
go.
keybind.
Alright, last sortie for the night, guys. Let's go and get some kills here. That's the wrong one. I want this one here.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy. Refueling complete. Rearming complete.
One's ready.
Two's ready.
One's taxi.
Two's ready.
Yeah, the V3, which segment of the map am I flying last run? I don't know yet. We'll see where the bandits are. Probably main gorilla is where all the action is. No one's coming out of Sanaki or Bezland, so just go and hit them where it hurts. V3's working DCS? Yeah, I'm using the V3s right now with the hydraulic damper. Really, really good. Worth every euro.
Was that one lining up?
Yep. Hey, so on this sortie here, let's be really disciplined with sorting and shooting. So that goes for all of us. If let's like make proper shooter cover calls, and don't shoot on someone else's bandit if they're shooter. Okay.
Okay.
Right on.
Run them up, 90. Brakes, brakes, brakes. Gate. You got a hard on right now, JA? Got a bandit out of Sanaki there. Nice. Let's sort the 42,000 coming in from 280. Let's get high and fast here.
Roger. Two's main line away.
One center away.
Three center away.
It's a 15, so be careful. Three bracket left, two bracket right. 3, Fox 3 long on him at 40 miles.
Okay, I'm 60 miles right now.
Fence in. Three say range.
53 miles.
Okay, 2, we're gonna pump out here at 030. Let's pump 030, go. What I'm doing is I'm building the lateral separation between our number 3 and 1 and 2, so this guy can't twizz on the both of us, and he has to pick a fight. He has to turn one way or the other, and he's gonna die.
Fox 3, 30 miles.
1 and 2, recommit, go. Three, pump 1503, go.
Okay.
I know he's not supporting that, but I don't want him to get killed. 1 sorted, 260 for 35, 39,000. 1 shooter, 2's cover. I'm gonna loft this here. Mark 1.18. 1 Fox 3 long, 32 miles.
3's dead.
3's dead, yep. Hey Jay, dude, I'm no expert, but yeah, I'm just trying to talk through what I'm thinking, that's all. This guy's playing games with us. Two press, let's go pure. Alright, so this guy's really slow. He's 250 knots, and our closure at the moment is only 500, so he's just putzing away. Super slow here. Where is he? Say again.
He's dropped.
Yeah, he dropped for me. Let's press. We got 18,000s bracketed in by an 18,000 and a 27,000 here, so this situation's probably going to resolve itself, but I want to take a look at this guy who's out low and slow. I've actually got him visual out there, I can see him on the nose. I'm going to run him down. Hey, I've got a visual on this bandit at 260. He's low in the foothills. I'm going to run him down.
Cover high.
Yeah, cover, because he's dragging me into that 6,000 that's coming in from 220.
Roger.
Yeah, this guy's hot on me. This guy's coming right at me right now. How the fuck am I not seeing this guy? He's definitely within 40 miles. Oh, it must be a parachute. Yeah, it's a parachute. It's just a parachute, dude.
Smooth. Two's got a 10,000 at 243.
Yeah, one's commit on the 9,000, isn't it? At 240 for 41.
Yeah, 9,000, yeah.
Alright, one's shooter, two's cover.
Copy.
What's your range?
30.
Bracket, right? $420 times, how to get high. ABC always be climbing. Yeah, and that is true. Let's sort the two 18,000s to the back, dude. Let's drop this 12,000. Let's come right. I'm Spike Patriot. I've got 15 nails coming in from 240. Okay, let's go retrograde on 350 here and climb angels 25. Mistakes were made. See you, Paige. Have a good one. See you, dude. Once milk. He flew to the ground. Nice. Were you defending against something? Let's sort the 15,000 coming out of Katasi.
Okay, I see him.
One's got him bugged 247 for 43 miles, 17,000 hot. I just went expanded mode there to make sure it's not two bandits. One's gate. 2 state range to bandit. Two, say range to bandit.
30 mile.
2, your shooter.
Copy.
One's bracketing left.
It's a 2-ship. Have visual, 2-ship.
Yep. One's bags away. I'm 6.4. Commit. Got it. Okay, I've got a Fox 3 long here at 20 miles. One Fox 3 long, 18 miles. One's crank left. Two press.
Cosine.
They're cold. They're dragging us into a 5,000, dude. And we got a 27 coming in from behind us. Okay, he's hot on me now. Fox 3, 9 miles. One's out.
Altitude. Altitude.
One's recommit on the 6,000.
Two's commit on 6,000, Fox 3 out.
One's got it for 9 miles.
Splash 6,000.
Good splash. One's milk. Where's the buddy? I'm Spike Patriot right now. Got visual on the other guy?
Yeah. That Patriot, that me, dude. Two's 3,000, what's you?
Let's start RTBing. Nice kill. You're 3 for 0. That's really good. Hey Jax, it's from W Controls. If you go to my Twitch About page, you'll see a W Controls logo that will take you through to their web store. We've got a 33,000 out at 070. He's got 2 friendlies on him. I really want this 6,000 at 210 to turn into me. I think he's coming, dude.
Yeah, I feel it too.
Head to head with a friendly here. He's about to pass down my right side. Slightly high. How's it going, Chicken? Good to see you, dude. Hey dude, if you need to RTB, go. I'm just gonna get one more engagement in here.
Yeah, copy. All RTB.
That 26,000 coming out of Kitasi's got it coming. How many slammers have we got left? 3, I think. Yep. Can afford to Fox 3 long, get him down from his perch, get one run in, and then limp home on low fuel. Got a 43,000 coming in as well. Spike Hawk. $570, 80 miles. It's the 43,000. I need to Fox 3 long on him. 57 miles. So I'm going to get him off his perch. Loft this at him at about 50 miles. What have we got coming in here? Alright, let's just get fast here. 20,000 feet. 2.8 for fuel. Mark 1.3. Closing me at 1400 knots. Fox 3 long, 44 miles. Okay, there's 3 of them coming. Yeah, I need to drag. I'll support this for a little bit. It's 45 seconds. But I'm facing a gorilla by myself right now. Pop up at 4,000 there. And I'm 2.4 for fuel. Hey, Git Push Origin, how's it going, dude? Welcome to the stream, thanks for the follow. You're just catching the tail end here, my last engagement before I go. Trying to do heroic things. Now that's Pitbull in 10 seconds. I've now got 2 bandits within about 20 miles, so I need to be fast here. Spike Patriot. Okay, that's Pitbull, and now I'm going to unlock him. Take a look at this 31,000 guy. He's pretty fucking close. He's on me. I've got him 17 miles, 250 for 17 miles, 31,000 hot.
Bingo.
Fox 3 along with this guy. 15 miles, Fox 3. If he decides to press me, he's getting a gimbal shot at about 8 miles, and then I'm out. And that's a splash. He's dead.
Altitude. Altitude.
I don't think it was my kill though. That was Archer that killed that dude. I'm 1500 for gas. I don't think I'm going to get another one. There's 23,000. I can take a quick look at him, but that's about it. I'm going to have to limp home here. $5,030 miles. Yeah, it's time to go home, I think. Ah, sorry. Outhold's not what I want. It's not what I want. Alright, so let's take a look at what we got here. Yeah, 5 for 0 tonight on this session, and it was 8 for 0 on the previous session. So, 13 kills all up tonight. And although it recorded 5 for 0, I did get killed once right at the start of the evening. So, 13 for 1 tonight. I feel like my judgment and my sorting's improving. My comms are getting a little bit better, but it's going to take time. Yeah, I think in about 6 months, after about 6 months of doing this, I'm going to have a really good handle on it. Checking the Tacviews at the start of each stream is really helping as well. Seeing what guys like the 64 guys are doing in here, and some of the other big killers on the server. You can definitely learn just by watching, and learn what not to do as well. You know, like I was saying before, like going to the scene of the accident or the scene of the crime after you kill a guy. You know, it's generally a bad idea to fly over there because he could have fired a 9x right before he died. You don't want to eat that in the face. Just being a smokeless missile and the Viper not having MWS, there's, you know, no way to know that it's in the air, so you just have to expect it's on its way. Flew into the ground again. Yeah, it's been a great night, had a really good time tonight. If you've got any questions, if you're new to DCS, go ahead, pop those questions in. I've got a quick RTB here, about 6 minutes left to talk through some stuff. There are some very experienced BVR pilots in chat who will be able to help out as well. Let me just kill that now. It's funny how things change You know, when the Viper first came out in DCS, it got loads of shit for not being very good. But I think it's developed enough at this point that I could happily say pick it up on a sale. It's definitely worth it. You're going to have an absolute blast in this thing in multiplayer PvP servers. You're going to enjoy it on campaigns like Red Flag 21-1 by Bunyap, or any air-to-ground activities on open servers. You're going to have a good time as well. Let's pull up the TGP. Let's go into air-to-ground mode real quick here. Let's just mess around with the TGP for a sec. It's not as good as the TGP on the Hornet. It's not as clear. The image can be kind of grainy. But if we just come into Black Hot here, and what we're going to do is we're going to cycle. Well, we're on our steer point there, so this should be looking at the airfield. If we have a look over here on the HSD steer point 1, let me just cycle those steer points real quick. What's the distance? 36 miles. That should definitely be drawing an image on Vaziani right now. So let me just hit nose wheel steering to cursor 0, and that should slave back to Vaz. Alternatively, you can come down here at OSB, what's that, 14, and cursor 0 there. For some reason, it does not want to look at Vaziani. What's going on here? Let me just put it into standby again. Now take it out of standby into air to ground mode. Let's start out of descent here and see if that TGP ends up actually showing me anything meaningful there. Still bore-sighted. I guess the jet doesn't think it's actually got a steer point in, because normally that should slave to a steer point. So this one. Come at air ground now. See ya, Hammer. Take it easy. Yeah, I won't be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off, but I'll see you a day after that.
Altitude. Altitude.
I'm looking forward to sleep. Some breakfast and then some sleep. It's probably the wrong order to do that in, but
I've probably got time for one more quick sortie if you want to go.
I'm gonna bail, dude. I gotta run. But thanks for the sorties. Good job
no
tonight.
drums, dude.
Thanks, Chiefs.
No, cheers, dude. Catch you later.
Night. In these open servers, you generally need to land on one lane of the runway, because quite often there's guys taking off in the opposite direction. And if you're in the middle of the runway, you kind of screw everyone up. So if you're wondering why you see me take the left lane, that's why. In the Viper, you want to aero brake, so you keep the nose up at like about 11 alpha. But nose came down early there, about 105 knots. So. Crash landing. You stuck around, dude. Alright everyone, thank you very much for joining me. I'm going to put you guys on a raid. Thanks for the follows, thanks for the gift subs, and the regular subs there. And I'll see you guys in 2 days' time. Great to see some new faces in the stream tonight. So, catch you guys later. Good night.